Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us again. I appreciate we're running a few minutes late, but I'm sure we'll play catch up at some point in the day. A few housekeeping things. For those of you that weren't here yesterday, there's no fire alarms due. The fire escapes are there, and we congregate outside. For people that stayed over last night, the checkout is 11 a.m. And for those who don't yet have a workshop number on their badge, could you please, after this first session, go to the registration desk and Emma will tell you which session you are in. If you haven't yet chosen, again, you can have that conversation with Emma at the desk. Okay, thank you.
Everybody, sorry for that minor lapse there. My name's Sarah Hendry. I am the Director General of the Country Land and Business Association. So obviously we and our members have got a huge interest in the subject of this discussion. I've heard amazing, unfortunately I couldn't be here yesterday, but I've heard really, really positive and excited feedback about the sessions and all of the information that people were trying to process yesterday evening, both on the challenges and opportunities for nature-based solutions, but also the sort of whole raft of emerging policies and tools that will set the context for how we can actually start to make nature-based solutions the norm. So I represent an organisation that works for and with farmers and land managers who are also, as you heard yesterday, trying to understand how they should respond to policy and very public signals now about the importance of the environment and nature and climate change, and particularly those signals about the importance of providing public goods from land management. And at the same time, again, as you probably heard yesterday, they're trying to plan for a world without automatic recourse to taxpayer funding, but in the absence of a great deal of the detail that would help them plan for something that will very shortly start to be a reality. And you will have heard that from John Disley and Matthew Morris, I'm sure, at first hand. We as the CLA, we've been telling farmers and landowners for several years now that they are part of the solution. And indeed, the CLA has came up with, about a decade ago, a sort of model land management contract, which was precisely designed for this sort of transition towards paying for public goods. And clearly, among our members, there's a combination of anxiety about how this is going to evolve, but also really positively, I think, and I suspect you heard yesterday, genuine enthusiasm and interest in it, and an appetite to get on, albeit coupled with the frustration that there still isn't all of the clarity that people want and need. And I think that pace at which firm information is shared from DEFRA is something that we're working really hard, encouraging more transparency, at least on what they do know, and the sort of markers that you can put down in the sand, even if the whole picture can't yet be shared. But equally, we feel it's really important to get the flagship environmental land management schemes right. Don't just rush at it, don't just use the model that we've taken from countryside stewardship. This is groundbreaking stuff compared with what we used to have and what will continue to be the norm in the European Union. And so that learning by doing through tests and trials and pilots and other schemes and projects that people are trying out will be really important to getting it right and evolving what we do. I think the vast majority of farmers will probably wait for the government schemes. That's what they know, even if you don't necessarily trust it all yet. But we certainly have a growing number of examples of landowners who are not waiting. They are doing their natural capital assessments, trying out the variety of different providers of those assessments. They are undertaking projects themselves. Some are already moving into those emerging markets, for example, for carbon offsetting through tree planting and looking for private arrangements with people who are already seeking to buy those offsets, or biodiversity net gain, for example, we're on the HS2 route. And I think the role of organisations like the CLA in that is to provide as clear and simple guidance as we can to help people understand how the context is changing, and start to bring landowners together with those who are creating those market opportunities or who might be starting to think about those projects. So overall, I feel very positive about it. And I think if those opportunities can be presented and packaged in ways that what are small businesses, they are small businesses, if it can be done in ways that they can find simple to engage with, they can understand that it's fair, the rules and the metrics are clear, and what return they can expect is also clear, then I think they will respond to it. And I understand you heard about some of the slightly murky tax implications for land, and those are things that we are actively engaging with both the Treasury and DEFRA on to make sure that they understand them. I think they do understand them. The question is, what are they going to do about it? And we're also, for example, looking to develop some joint guidance with the Tenant Farmers Association, because those relationships between landlords and tenants and who gets what and who says you can do what are really important, and so we need people to start working together. So enough from me. This session, session number 3, really picks up on the learning theme, I think, with presentations from those who've actually been working on some projects that deliver multiple benefits, both for nature, the economy and society. And we're going to hear from 3 of those first, and then we'll try and engage in a debate to crystallise some of the issues and the insights that could help make these kinds of projects easier and more widely used. And that will include how they can be funded fairly, but also the things potentially that could get in the way of encouraging project developers to go down this path. So, without further ado, I'm going to invite our first presenter, Ian Dickey, who's a director with FTech, to come up and make his presentation. Ian, you are very welcome.
Thanks, Sarah, and thanks for the invitation to speak to you here this morning. So I'm an environmental economist, and if you just wonder what that is, I'm basically a birdwatcher who did an economics degree. Rather than you'll get enough technical economics from me this morning, hopefully not too much. We're trying to use natural capital accounting to add extra information to understand environmental priorities and then potentially inform investment, the opportunities Sarah was talking about. So I'm just going to start with a few key messages. Natural capital accounting links together data from the environment to finance and bookends natural capital investment process, and I'll try and explain what I mean by that. And from that, we also get an understanding of the distribution of value across society, and that can inform funding and investment options. So what is natural capital accounting? So we summarize it as these 5 questions. And here I'm talking about natural capital accounting that an organization would undertake. And so we can differentiate that from the national ecosystem accounts that have a very similar process, but they're done nationally by Office for National Statistics. So here, obviously, we're at an organizational level, and that's what's relevant for Northumbrian Water. So for these 5 questions, firstly, what assets do we have? You need to define a scope of your account. And then we start to think about what benefits those assets produce. And that leads us into ecosystem services knowledge. Once we've quantified those ecosystem services, we can put values against many of them. Not all of them, not everything can be captured in value, but it adds extra information. And then the 4th question is really key and often overlooked, is what are the costs of maintaining those natural capital assets? And that's information an organisation will often already have, but isn't necessarily making use of to inform its management of the natural environment as much as it could. And once you've quantified costs and benefits, obviously you can compare those, and we do that in a balance sheet. Now, this method defined by these questions was something FTech and others developed for Natural Capital Committee in 2015, and we and others have used since. And then it's developed a little bit of a basis for what's been published this summer in June, was a British standard. So we now have a British Standards Institute Natural Capital Accounting for Organisations specification. And that's obviously important to have a reference point. It's a principles-based standard, so it doesn't tell you exactly how to do natural capital accounting, but what it does is give you a structure to follow so that if different organizations use this standard, you'll be able to compare their accounts and understand the reasons for any differences in what they've done. So in terms of getting towards investment, as we calculate values in an account, we understand the size and distribution of value, so who's benefiting and in what way. And that then starts to inform thinking about who's going to pay for investment in the natural environment. And that comes back to that cost question I mentioned in the accounting structure. So are we actually spending enough money to maintain natural capital assets? And we saw some of the costs being put into the ecology at Abberton yesterday. Those are natural capital maintenance costs. Now, as an environment sector, we don't always look at ecology and natural environment management in that way. We don't call it asset management. And it gets classified as operational costs and kind of as an expense and a bad thing. But it really should be seen, in my view, as capital maintenance, just the same as moving buildings or pipes or all the other sort of capital that's traditionally handled in finance. When we think about environment as a natural capital asset investment, and then you start to ask the question, well, are we spending enough to look after it? And given what we currently know about the state it's in, but also given future pressures. So natural capital accounting is forward-looking. We're trying to think about these assets and what they're going to do into the future. What pressures are they going to be under in the future? Clearly from climate change, those pressures are changing. And are we spending enough money to look after the assets now and in the future, given those extra pressures? Could be climate change, could be population growth. And then you start to get to risks. So that's really the key question that natural capital accounting gets you to. Most organizations haven't really even got to square one to actually define that question. The good news is that with the accounts we've done with Northumbrian Water Group, we've got to that baseline position, and we can start to then think about, is the natural capital asset expenditure sufficient? So the other thing about the accounting process is it gives a consistent structure. So just like with financial accounting, you can compare the financial accounts from two businesses pretty much anywhere in the world and understand something about them. Not a perfect comparison, but you can make those comparisons. And the same with having a structure in natural capital accounts, a consistent way of organizing information, you get results that are comparable. So here are the breakdown of the asset registers from the Essex and Suffolk Water and Northumbrian parts of Northumbrian Water Group, and we can see the different in makeup of land. Now this is quite a crude, obviously, breakdown of habitats, the sort of highest level typology, but this typology follows the UK HAB system for classifying habitats, and that then breaks down from these simple categories into a lot more detail, and is also the basis for the biodiversity net gain, biodiversity unit metric from DEFRA. And that's really important because that links together data. So if you were looking at scoring biodiversity units, you'd be using the UK HAB system. And if you were looking to quantify habitat areas to calculate carbon sequestration, you're using the same system. Now that sounds obvious, but I've seen in the past people doing these assessments. You know, one biodiversity assessment says there's 50 hectares of woodland, a carbon assessment says there's 60 hectares. Well, which is it? You've got to get these things right and know what you're managing and join up the data. And accounting joins up that data, and so you don't get different policy decisions based in different silos of information. I'm not going to run through, obviously, all this data. You shouldn't show slides of data, but I want to just show actually how many different benefits we're quantifying now. And a decade ago, this list would have been half as long. So our understanding, our ability to apply environmental economics and come up with values has expanded the list. Another thing to point out about the structure of this is there's a column for private benefits and a column for wider society. So that's the start of that distributional analysis. And as well as the benefits side at the top, you can see there's figures in red at the bottom. So those are the liabilities, those management maintenance costs I was talking about. And another thing we would add in presentation of this is also a list of the things that we think are material, but we haven't managed to quantify or value, so that in presentation of accounts in a report, those are not left out of the equation. We realize that natural capital accounts can't capture everything. They're an additional set of information for decision making. Now also there's a date on these accounts of when they're produced, and that's important because some of the information will change. The same with financial accounts, you get revaluations. and things. And that's happened recently, actually, with government guidance last month, giving new data on valuing greenhouse gas emissions and sequestration. The nice thing about this balance sheet for Northumbrian Water Group is that it's compliant with the British standard. We think it's the first to do that. Compliant, I say we've audited it ourselves, but my boss in FTech was chair of the BSI panel, and so she did the audit of the account. So it's not independently audited, but it has been through an audit process. So we think it's compliant. And I think that's a useful step forward. I encouraged my boss to run across her living room when she was working at home and sort of do a Ronaldo goal celebration, but she didn't want to do that. I don't know why. But I don't think we celebrate these things enough as environmental economists. Maybe it's not in our culture, but we should do. And as I said, there's that revision coming to value, so it's important to put a date on these things. There's more, though, we can do with the data, so the breakdown of information. And this data is the product, actually, of a really useful question that was asked by some of the staff at Northumbrian as we were developing the work. So I showed in those columns the breakdown of private benefits, so things that are returned to the Northumbrian Water business, and benefits to wider society. We could break that down further to say actually which of those benefits are actually to Northumbrian Water customers. Now, clearly, the benefits back to the company are benefiting customers, but a lot of the wider society benefits are also actually being realised by customers of Northumbrian Water. So in these graphs, you can see there's the costs and the benefits next to each other for the two parts of the group. And the blue columns are roughly the same height. So in terms of the costs that are being spent on natural capital maintenance, the returns to the business are roughly the same order of magnitude. But then the green bar on top of that shows there's more returns to Northumbrian Water customers. So in terms of using their money as bill payers, it's not just the returns within the business, but returns they get in wider society benefits from the environment. The majority of those accrue to customers. And then there's the small brown bit on top of the graph that is actually benefits even more outside customers to wider society. A lot of that's to do with climate change, which is obviously a global benefit. So we can start to break down this distribution and see, well, we're using customers' money in this way. It provides returns within the business. It provides further returns to our customers in terms of their use of the wider environment, and it provides benefits beyond that globally to wider society. And that's important, obviously, because one of the things Ofwat will scrutinise is how are you using your customers' money, how does it provide benefit to them. So I think this breakdown is a useful start in looking at that question from a different perspective. So just quick conclusions. Natural capital accounting, we're linking together data to help with better decision making. So right through from measuring the environment on the ground, what's the state of habitats, through to those values and that distribution of value. And the accounting system means that if you change something in the environment, if you plant more woodland or change management of agricultural land, that will feed through those calculations and give you revised data. And in doing those calculations, you have that breakdown of data across beneficiaries, and that helps you understand funding options around the environment. Who are the beneficiaries? What type of benefit are they getting? Then helps you design who might pay. So obviously there's the ELMS design process at the moment, public money for public goods. Well, we can look at which public goods and who's benefiting from them. And I said natural capital accounting kind of bookends the process. So it sets a baseline, as I've just shown. That data can feed into scenario analysis, which starts to think about investment options. But then also, by doing that, you have effectively a monitoring process. Because the accounts are put together in a consistent manner, you can repeat them into the future, and that becomes part of choosing the indicators to monitor and identify outcomes in terms of value. So, yeah, I look forward to your questions. I saw some people looking at the slides. These are going to be circulated with the proceedings, so if I've gone through anything too quickly, please do take a look back at them. Thanks very much.
Ian, I wonder if actually, why don't we take specific questions on your presentation now? I think we've got the debate later, and I'd quite like to bring the audience into that, but if you've got specific questions of clarification or interest on Ian, let's take those now. Simon. Could you introduce yourself?
Simon Lister, ex-non-executive director of Northumbrian Water. I thought your work on natural capital accounts that you did for the company was terrific and very interesting. Could you say something about the need for common standards, either across the industry or across the UK more generally, which got mentioned yesterday?
Yeah, sure. So I didn't touch on that too much because workshop 3 we're going to be going into the sort of standards and reference points, but it's useful to everyone to take into their workshop discussions too. So I mentioned the British standard just been published. As I said, the accounts in Northumbrian are the first to comply, but I know of other consultants like FTech who are working on against the standard with their with the companies they work with. So it's going to start emerging as a reference point. There's also an important reference point actually in DEFRA's natural capital accounting data. So they publish a guide known as ENCA, which has some databases with it, which basically recommends the sort of sources of data. So all the data we're using in the calculations, external data, comes from robust academic work or government work, which feeds into those calculations. So we're not just picking values from the research base to suit purposes. We're taking the ones that are referenced by government. And a lot of those data actually have been developed and used by Office of National Statistics in their national accounts. So you've got those, and the other thing to mention is this year, in spring, the United Nations published a national accounting system of extended environmental accounts, ecosystem accounting guidance. And then that gives another reference point of some of the structures that should be used and definitions of terms. So it's not one sort of perfect system yet of exactly to follow, but you have some very solid reference points. You have a UN methodology, a British standards, a set of government guidance. And by sticking to those things, you do effectively sort of narrow the band of what people will do and analysis they will do. That doesn't make everything perfectly comparable, but what it does do is mean if other water companies produce these kind of accounts, you'll be able to tell why some calculations are different, and people will need to explain those differences. That's what the British standard asked for example. So we're getting to a much tighter system, actually, and that's changed quite rapidly over the last few years.
I don't know if this is on, it's not. Any other questions?
Hi, Steve Scott from GHT Advisory. It was about your graph. I just was quite interested that across the two parts of the group, the balance between wider and customer benefits is quite different. I just wondered if you had a kind of reason for that. Maybe it's too detailed.
Well, I'd need to look back into the spreadsheets a bit, but I mean, they're different landholding. There's more land holding up north, and what's driving that? I think part of it is actually, David might remember the answer. There we go.
Need a microphone. It's because the way we have a microphone there.
I knew I'd have some use today. I can answer that for you. It's because if you remember when we were looking at the value to customers, obviously in the northeast, Northumbrian Water is the water and wastewater provider of both services for the whole area, whereas in Essex and Suffolk, the company has got Anglian Water doing the wastewater services. So when you start to look at, for instance, Abberton is outside the supply area of Essex and Suffolk. So it was quite a difficult calculation for Ian's guys and that's why it's not quite the same.
Yeah, so a lot of the people enjoying local recreation at Abberton are actually not Northumbrian customers. So we tried to sort of divide up the data like that.
Matthew.
Thank you. Yesterday we heard about the tax sort of implications for private landowners. In my previous role, my trustees were very nervous of natural capital accounting because it created value. In my present role with the Duchy, it's quite the opposite. It's demonstrating our value to society. Have you got a view on those two sort of issues?
Well, I wouldn't say that it creates value. I think the value is already there. What it does is identify what's already going on. The tax issues are important, and particularly with biodiversity net gain then and other trading, who's going to sort of own that long-term liability? Where does it sit on a business's books? who holds funds and releases them as credits of different types are delivered. And yeah, the whole sort of legal structure of those organisations and the tax implications need working through, and that's I think quite an urgent problem individually in those markets, and also to coordinate across them, because you don't have a different system for carbon credits and biodiversity credits. That's going to make a real mess of things. So I don't have quite the legal and other skills to solve it, but I recognise it's potentially a big barrier to these things. I wouldn't say it should be a barrier to doing accounts, because if you're identifying value you're creating for wider society, businesses already do that, and some are even valued on the basis of goodwill. That doesn't have to come back immediately into tax implications.
Great. Thank you very much, Ian. Sorry, I'm having to come up here because the microphones there, I'm not sure whether they're on or not, and I can speak to those, but... Great, thank you. I will use them next. So, on to our next presentation, and can I invite Philip Blaine from Yorkshire Water to come up? And if she is there listening to us in the ether, I'd like to thank Lucille Hutty, his colleague, for her contribution also. Unfortunately, Lucille couldn't be here in person. Phil.
Thank you, Sarah. And hello, everyone. And Lucille, if you are out there, hello, and I hope I do your slides justice. So, good morning, everyone. My name's Phil Blaine. I'm Yorkshire Water's Sustainability Manager. And what I want to talk to you about today, over the next 10 minutes or so, is the integrated approach to decision-making that we use at Yorkshire Water. So I thought I'd go through what exactly is an integrated approach, because it's not a term everybody's familiar with, why we think there are some benefits to using one, and how we actually go about doing it, and then finish up with a practical example to try and bring that to life. But before I do that, does that work? Thank you. I thought I'd tell you a little bit about Yorkshire Water itself. So, as you, well, if anyone's ventured up to the north, we are there in Yorkshire. We provide around 5 million customers with water and wastewater services every day. But it's not just about that. It's also about, because we wear multiple hats, and we're a big employer. We're a big custodian of infrastructure, and we also manage quite a large land estate as well. And so through all of that, we have quite a large impact on the region, and we take that responsibility quite seriously as well, because the purpose of our whole business is to try and make Yorkshire a really great place to live, to work, and to visit. So what exactly is an integrated approach? Well, for us, it's an approach, and it's all about informing decision-making by providing more information than might normally be available. And at the heart of our approach is something that we call our 6 capitals model. So the 6 capitals are essentially the resources on which we depend as a company, and which we also impact both positively and negatively through our actions. And when we consider all of these together in decision-making, that provides a really strong basis for both improved performance, and in turn that leads to sort of long-term value creation, both for us as a business, but also for wider society. And there are many benefits to that, and it's not just for us, really, because yes, as a business, thinking in this way sort of more holistically gives us, it helps us with risk management and with opportunities as well, and it makes us more resilient as a business. But there are also benefits for, say, our investors, because they can see the impacts of their investments and whether we are investing those for positive or negative impacts. It helps us when it comes to regulators, because it provides support for our business plan submissions, and it shows customers that we are actually sort of giving them value for money in what we're spending their bills on. And talking of customers, I think if the events of the last 18 months have shown, is that they are increasingly aware of the conditions in their local area. I think with COVID limiting travel, more and more people are getting out and about more locally, and they're very aware of what's going on in their backyard, and they expect us to protect that environment and also look after some of the more vulnerable parts of society. And we try to do that through our work. All of that adds up to a measure of trust, and that helps us maintain that social license to operate, which in a way is just as important as the legal one that we have. So how do we do it? Well, in different ways. And I'll start in the bottom left there, at the sort of project or what you might call tactical level, because we've developed tools for various colleagues across the business to try and measure and also monetize the costs and benefits of different options when it comes to investment decisions. So for any given project, we can look at what are the sort of the impacts across all of those 6 capitals. Are we creating value? Are we destroying it in all of those? And that gives us a far more sort of holistic view of what we should go with, and it informs decision making in that way. We then, if you go up a level, that we use that approach similarly to inform our 5-year business plan submissions and also our sort of longer term planning as well. And we've got high-level support for this. We have a separate board subcommittee, which is chaired by a non-exec director, with a specific remit to look at social value, at environmental value. So it's not just a corporate affairs add-on, if you like. It really is embedded at a strategic level within our business. And just in case there was any doubt about it, we also link executive pay arrangements to this as well. So it's not just about short-term financial returns, but it encourages our director team to focus a little bit more on wider issues and long-term value creation for society. Altogether, that helps us demonstrate to investors who help fund our business that we are investing in a sustainable way. We have a sustainable finance framework now. We've raised quite a lot of debt off that so far, and we use this approach to demonstrate in annual impact reports to investors how their money is spent. So just to bring this to life a little bit more as a practical example, I've got an example here, and this is Clifton Sewage Treatment Works, which probably you'll have never been to. I never heard of it before, about a year ago. And Clifton is a small sewage treatment works in South Yorkshire, and a couple of years ago it was coming to the end of its asset life. It was fairly decrepit, and it needed some investment. There are also wider challenges around tightening phosphorus consents, and, as we're all very aware, over the last 2 weeks, increasing energy costs and potential risks in the chemical supply chain as well, all of which we had to address. So we had various options available, and we ran 6 capital assessments on all of those to work out what are the costs and benefits of all of those options. And you'll be pleased to know we went with an HOA solution, which, this is the vision, if you like. It doesn't look quite like that at the moment, but it will do next spring once everything's up and planted. And there are a range of decision drivers, if you like, that underpin that decision. So I suppose, first of all, at a financial level, good news, it's £500,000 cheaper over the whole life of that asset compared to the next best option. So in this case, it's a fairly easy decision to go with, but that's not always the case. But if you look at some of those other capitals, it's got very low carbon costs, it's got 0 chemical usage, and it also creates some lovely wetland habitat, so there's biodiversity net gain out of this. So those were sort of the things which swung it, but then there were other additional benefits we identified as part of this optioneering process. So, for example, we work with local schools, and we get those school children out to see what we're doing and teach them about the value of water and wastewater and why, as a business, we're, relevant to their lives. And we also work with the local community to help, and we bring in volunteers, and they help us plant those wetland plants. So there's a sense of, community involvement and investment. They feel like they've got a stake in what we do through that work. If these slides do get shared afterwards, there's a link there, and you can click on it, and there's a whole load more information, I think a video as well, which you can look at. So I suppose the point of this is that 6 capitals assessment helps guide decision making. It doesn't make it for us, because there are other, wider challenges and sort of bigger context things as well that also fall into the mix, but it certainly adds a layer of information which you wouldn't normally get if we just looked at CapEx cost and OpEx cost when making those investment decisions. And then just to bring it all together at the end now, we also, at a corporate level, developed annual accounts for all 6 capitals. Not yet aligned to the new British standard, but I'm interested to see how close we are and what we need to do to bring it up to scratch like that. But these accounts provide an estimate at least of asset stock or extent, the condition of those assets, and then also the annual impacts we have on those, both positive and negative through our work, which overall provides an estimate of our total value. We provide a public there, but it's also public and private through our activities. And again, there's a link there, and there's a new report out tomorrow, hopefully, so I would encourage you to go and have a look at it. So to sum up then, we think this integrated approach, this multi-capital approach, has benefits for lots of stakeholders, not just our own business. And the main benefit really, though, is that it informs decision-making and helps us measure our impact. And from that, we can refine and improve and do things differently in future, so we can learn from what we're doing. It is context-dependent, and it's not something that will make the decision for you, but it adds that layer of information, which is really useful, which ultimately helps us become a more sustainable organisation. And finally, I would say it's not always easy. It does take time to implement well, and if you're going to do it, I'd suggest you have support and some buy-in at really all levels of your organisation if you're going to make a success of it. So I'll stop there. Thank you for listening, and if you've got any questions, happy to take them.
Thank you very much, Phil.
And are there any questions for Phil? Yes, please. Could we have the microphone in the second row here, please? In the gentleman in the second row here. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick Fawcett from MMB. I'm just interested about how sensitive the Six Capitals approach is to some of the, some of the capitals in there. So, for example, in the example you gave, you talked about some of the human capital benefits or whatever, and arguably you could potentially get similar ones for other solutions. So I just wondered how sensitive the decision is to some of those things.
Yeah, you're right. I think there's various things which underpin that model, and some of them I would say are more robust than others. I think as Ian alluded to earlier, there are various sources out there for the calculations that we use, and we try to be as robust as we can, but in some cases it's more of an estimate, if you like. And yeah, I think we're not there yet. It's an evolving process, and there's still quite a lot of work to be done to bring that up to the same standard as, say, proper financial accounting.
Any other questions? Yes, Ian. Sorry, lady there.
Sorry.
And then
Hi there, Jo Harrison from United Utilities. So we're obviously on a very similar journey at UU with regard to sort of embedding the Six Capitals. And I suppose my question was really around how have you built the capability internally to be able to make these assessments? Because actually it's quite a significant workload, isn't it, on a project-by-project basis? And is that something that you're developing within your engineering function, or do you undertake it separately?
Yeah, you're right. It is extra work. I would say it's worth it, but I think other people would perhaps see differently. What we've tried to do is develop a range of tools that make it as easy as possible for people who are maybe non-specialists in this area to use this approach. We run internal training courses for them, and we also work with our sort of consultant partners as well, so they are aware of what we're doing, and they can also use these tools sort of externally too. And as well as that, we run a broader sort of educational program within the business. So even colleagues who don't necessarily use this on a day-to-day basis, sort of for planning decisions, but just have an interest in it, they can come and learn more about it and think about how they could apply that in their own areas of work. So we're very open to people talking about this and trying to make it work for them in their own departments.
thank you. And a question from Ian there.
Thank you. Ian Barker, independent consultant. Phil, thank you so much for your presentation. Really enjoyed it. You talked about the importance of getting support and buy-in all the way through the organisation. What about getting support and buy-in from outside of the organisation? And I'm thinking in particular of regulators with the nature-based solution at Clifton, which is great to see, but some might consider it gives a less certain outcome in terms of meeting the quality standards for the discharge. So, did you get that support and buy-in from environmental regulators in particular?
Yeah, it's funny, I can see Bart smiling at the back because we had a similar conversation about this yesterday. But yeah, with that specific example, we did work quite closely with the Environment Agency, and they actually gave us, I don't exactly know the name of it, but some sort of relaxation on that consent. So it's more done on a trial basis, and they're as interested to see the outcomes as much as we are, because they see that as a bit of a test ground, a sandpit, if you like, for what might be their sort of strategy in the future.
And there's a question at the back.
Hi, Louise Hinton, Northumbrian Water. And thanks for that, really, really interesting. And obviously we're on a very similar journey. We actually started in a process of going down the 6 capitals routes just like yourselves, and then have honed in on the kind of nature-based and the nature capital accounting. And one of the reasons for that, I think you've alluded to this already, was around that inconsistency and lack of standard around human capital and social capital measurements. And we found that we were quite often carving the way on that and developing things that wouldn't be comparable. So it's a question to you, if you're able to answer it, or to anybody in the room, really. I'd really appreciate anybody who's doing any work on consistency or standards around that, because as we were talking about yesterday, that interlink between nature and the human capital thing, I think, is a really important thing to capture and measure, and does add that value. So the more, I think that's hampering us at the moment. The more effort we can put into bringing some consistency around that measure, I think that will help to push the whole agenda forward.
Yeah, I would agree. It's an evolving field, isn't it? I would say internally, I think we are relatively consistent. Compared to other organisations, perhaps not. But what we do try and align with is the Capitals Coalition guidance on this, which I think is probably the best thing we've got to a standard at the moment. But yeah, there's a lot of work to be done. We're a step behind when it comes to social capital compared to, say, natural capital accounting.
And I suspect that might be one of the things that comes into the workshops later as well. Any other questions? Yes, please. Gentleman here in the second row.
It's really a thought on the natural cap. Sorry, Richard Reynolds from Anglian Water. And using the 6 capitals approach with other stakeholders. So we have started talking about, when we're looking to influence farmers, a lot of the conversations are finance, money, and actually a farming business, every one of those 6 capitals is as relevant, and planning succession and planning solutions and how the things that we're suggesting, looking and saying, well, if it's a standard we'll hold ourselves to, let's make sure, let's have those conversations with farmers. We might not be going through the detailed level, but it's asking those questions. It's saying, have you thought about those sort of things? And we're trying to take that in terms of, one of the things we're pushing with farmers is, do you have a 3-year plan? Do you have a 5-year plan? Does it only look at finance? Have you looked at all of the other things? And we find the 6 capitals approach is a really useful way to frame that conversation with partners. It would same thing with tying with communities and those sort of things. It's, for us, using that as a tool to facilitate the conversation is really interesting, because sometimes it's the traditional way is just looking at the money and how does it stack up there, and recognizing there are all these other values there. So it's a useful framework that we found to engage, probably moving away from having fixed standards, but more just conversation pieces.
Yeah, agreed.
Thank you. If that's all the questions, Phil and Lucille, thank you very much indeed. Do you want to take your notebook?
I will, yes.
Thank you. And now on to our third presenter, who is Professor Chris Spray, who I suspect needs very little introduction for a lot of people in this audience. Chris, over to you.
Press this one. Thank you very much indeed. Oh, it's down there. In the words of one famous person, and now for something completely different. I'm going to wear a hat of an NGO, of Tweed Forum. We're probably, hopefully, looking for royal assent after yesterday's fantastic plug from HRH and the Duchy. And I want to look at this whole issue in a totally different way. So thanks very much for inviting me here and for meeting numerous friends from past operations. Essentially, if you step back, what we're always trying to do is influence decision-making by other people. We're not actually interested in taking over the catchment, unless you're Anders Poulsen, we'll come to him later on, and actually running the system ourselves as a beneficial dictatorship. But they are phenomenally efficient, I ought to point out, as long as you're on their side. It's about influencing decision-making. And we only have 4 basic tools. We need to use all of them in our different ways. So two of them, legal controls, negative persuasion, that's called economic instruments, called taxation. You just make it difficult. Essentially, the government, the state, the agencies are leading. But where the rest of us fit in, and particularly the NGOs, is about positive inducements, I've called it, and information. And this is a fantastic gathering of people who are actually interested in those two. Yes, we're interested in the first two, but actually it's the progress on those two. So it's that I really want to sort of look at. But to make it more difficult, the challenge is not just to persuade an individual landowner, land manager, but actually to somehow do that in a connected way. So it's spatial connectivity, but it's also cooperation between diverse landowners and other stakeholders, whether that's recreation or business, etc. It's about long-term sustainable connected planning. It's no good suggesting to someone they can have a contract for 5 years when what you're really interested in is 30, 40, 50 generations. And also, of course, it's making the most efficient use of available money to deliver multiple benefits. So those are way more difficult complexities that you put on top of just trying to persuade an individual landowner to do what you desire and to hopefully make it something that they also desire to do. So thinking back, what are the really big challenges and the big successes that the NGO world see in relation to water, catchments, management and everything else? And there are two. One is the fantastic New York City, where the people who live in the Bronx and Queens and Staten pay every year for the total maintenance of a catchment 125 miles away, outside their jurisdiction, most have never seen in the Catskills. And I had the delight of going there in 2004. And actually, the costs, the environmental economics, are on the bleeding obvious scale, in the sense that you either get the people who are using this clean water to pay, and it's about £1 billion then, or you build the new treatment works, which was £8 billion and an OPEX of 350,000 a year, to keep that going. And what they're trying to do is to produce water that is clean enough to actually get a waiver from the state in terms of the quality. So you've got that fantastic system. It also delivers communities up there with really nice pumpkin growing. It delivers conservation fantastically. And there's a really important watershed farming council who act as that go-between between the folk in the city and the folk out in the Catskills. And the other one, and it got a bad folk yesterday, is payments for watershed environmental services in Costa Rica. Again, that's been going for something like 25 years. And again, I'm very lucky to go and see it and see a particular example there. And the attraction here is you've got that government setup which enables everybody to engage in this in a fair, transparent manner. And it's revolutionized the whole way in which Costa Rica treats its forests, treats its landscape, and on the back of it, a fantastic economic environment in terms of tourism. So those two we look at and go, wow, they are fantastic. So what other catchment initiatives actually on Tweed closer to home are they? Well, there is some biodiversity offsetting. Those of you who thought I was Joe Treweek and this is about biodiversity offsetting, sorry, but I do at least have this bit in here. And Scottish Borders Council certainly have led on that. And again, the key element here is about really detailed stakeholder engagement and blended funding packages to try and deliver things. A lot of it for us is wind farms and what we can do there in relation to it. And another example, and just to show you that Northumbrian Water does get into the Tweed, 16% of the Tweed is actually in England, and we very much welcomed, indeed Northumbrian Water were one of the key founders of Tweed Forum when it went to being a limited company, when I was its first chairman way back in the 1990s. And this you've seen before, but I just wanted to again say that we see these sorts of initiatives by, in this case, Northumbrian Water, as being absolutely key as an NGO, because we see in particular that this is a water company that isn't just thinking about water quality and AMP and delivery. It's actually recognizing that to engage with people, you have to talk about access, you have to talk about recreation, facilities, and everything else. It's a shared agenda. And that's an approach that as NGOs we find really refreshing. So thank you very much for that. As I said, actually, the long-term ownership of a whole catchment has its attractions, and I talked about beneficial dictatorships. And again, if you look in the uplands and Scotland, there are some fantastic examples emerging. in particular Anders Paulsen and Wild Lands Limited, and the revolution that is Glenfeshie compared to what it was. And there are other ones, Coigach Assynt up in the northwest, Scottish Wildlife Trust have taken forward. And water companies like UU and Scamp was mentioned yesterday are recognised as people who have an ownership, who've really taken a route forward that the NGOs find really good. But for the vast majority of us, and those working in Tweed, that isn't actually the state. We're not going to be big enough to have a Cairngorms Connect and get massive ownership. We have to deal with what's on us, which is lots of individual people, and we're looking for new leadership models and promised blending funding and multiple benefits, and that's way more challenging. And that's where Tweed Forum fit in. Who in heck are Tweed Forum? Well, it's a charity, it's a limited company. Think West Country Rivers Trust, for those of you who this side of the border. And we started life as a talking shop. And as I said, actually, Northumbrian Water gave us a whole load of money to help us turn into something different. ESW is actually East of Scotland Water at that point, while Essex and Suffolk were just wondering why in heck they got to the Tweed. But, you know, we'll take any money going, we're very easy. And we produced the catchment plan before the Water Framework Directive. That's how far thinking we were at the time. And it was bottom up by talking to everybody. We're an independent. We have 12 trustees. I'm one of them. Most of those are farmers or related on farm businesses, north and south of the border. They understand the land. Yes, we've got Finance One in there as well, and some other very useful people from Buccleuch Estates and the Rivers Trusts and things like that. But that's what we do. And if you look at the actual membership, it's that lovely combination of government agencies, north-south, plus the private and the voluntary sector, plus the local authorities. And as I said, we started just as a talking shop. We then developed into this much more dynamic organisation, largely on the back of this massive Heritage Lottery Fund that we got going forward. And how we work, well, it was mentioned yesterday, we see ourselves as a trusted intermediary sitting in that gap between the policies, the projects, the laws, and the communities on the ground who are actually much more interested in farming, what's happening tomorrow, mortgages. And we use our knowledge and the fact that we're based in the community to try and align those and look for multiple funding to actually use our understanding to maximize benefits of right measure in right place. And we will do everything. We'll talk about, you know, restoring castles, or we'll talk about footpaths as much as we'll talk about water quality or about flooding or all these other issues. And that gives us a really fantastic ability to go places and do things that the statutory agencies cannot do. We don't have the timescales. We don't come in with a large bag saying money or constraint or consultant or anything else like that. We just go in and drink whiskey and have tea and talk to farmers. And if the farmer doesn't want to do something, that's great. We'll come back next year. We'll wait until the farm's sold. It may never get done. It's not that we've got a AMP process that must be finished by then or a Water Framework Directive process that must be finished by them. You have a much more interesting, engaging discussion with people about benefits, etc. So we really do think, as in this particular case on this actual heritage project, we had 4 different groups. We went and asked the community what they wanted, and then we bundled them together. And that delivered £9 million. We're currently in a £20 million one on Destination Tweed that we're taking forward, which will link the whole of the Tweed with a footpath. But that's just actually the bit that we hang it on. What it's about is all the communities and the water quality and the conservation and everything else as we go down the line. And what we recognise is that a lot of what we want to do on the catchment actually has multiple drivers and similar solutions. So if we can talk black grouse populations to one set of people, we're also thinking, well, that's woodland expansion, that's salmon fishing, so that's water quality, that's the economy. Salmon fishing's worth £25 million to the Tweed economy, 500 plus jobs. It's also going to tackle climate change, it's tackling flooding. So there are opportunities for multiple sources of funding, multiple benefits, and that opens up the opportunity for us to talk about that. And the key for us is understanding what the local community actually is interested in. And also that the local communities we work with work at a sub-catchment scale. So something like Abberton is actually brilliant because it's that sort of scale where everybody knows each other. Everyone can go and see what someone else has done. We know, talking to farmers from our own research and elsewhere, that actually they and others are more impressed by what their neighbour's done than they are by the clever model we're going to produce and the figures for natural capital accounting or anything else like that. That's what impresses them. So when we take people out to see people, we actually take ministers out to see individual farmers rather than actually show them the models. We'll do that as well. So that's really important from our point of view. And then turning to this idea of sort of finding fair routes of funding, where do we find our money? Well, a lot of what we do is we use the available ability, to go into agri-environment schemes. So the Scottish Rural Development Programme is one. And that's really good for lots of measures that we see as producing essentially really good water quality, but natural flood management up in the headlands. But it's never enough, and it doesn't really add up. So where Forum is really good is actually going and finding the other sources. What are the other contributions we could go to? This little set of logos there are just around the Edelston project. I'll come back to the end, which is a 70 square kilometre project where we've been totally changing the environment there. And we've got lots of different sources. So Tweed Forum can go and talk to the local cement company, it can go and talk to forestry, it can go and talk to Scottish Power, it can access money from the government on the water environment funds, the local council, but also there's forest carbon in there, we've got money from Marks and Spencer's. We've got the ability to pull all this money in and show them directly where it's going and what's being produced. And we can take them out there and show them when we'll be taking some people out from COP26 to do that as well. And just beginning to think a little towards the end, what we see is we desperately need a statutory framework, though, to underpin the partnership innovation and to get long-term landscape-scale deliveries. And there are some really good examples, and there's one really bad one, and I'm far enough south of Scotland to give you the bad one. The really good example is the Flood Risk Management Scotland Act 2009. It embeds in legislation that is a legal requirement before you consider whether Colchester is going to flood, not Colchester, but we'll take that as an example. You have to assess the potential that the natural characteristics upstream of Colchester could do to protect Colchester from flooding. So you can't just have a flood wall. You have to actually assess, what could you do with the environment? Can we improve it? Can we use nature-based solutions? And the other legal requirement is you are legally required to work in partnership. And if you don't, the government will set in and create that partnership for you. So you have to work with Scottish Water and with the local authorities. You have to think the scale that is not just your little bit. Another really good one, I spent a year embedded in Welsh Government when they put forward the Environment Act. And that's another example, legal requirement for every public body to maintain ecosystem resilience. You can then have great fun defining what that is, both as an ecologist and a lawyer. But actually, again, it's really impressive in terms of their National Natural Resources Policy and their Wellbeing of Future Generations Act, which is another great way of looking at what you're doing long term and bringing in a stakeholder, which is the youth. And the one that is not the way to do it is the Scottish Land Use Strategy, and that's 11 years and still waiting. Great idea, fantastic idea. We'll take our land, we'll look at what we want of it, we'll think where and how we produce water quality, water resilience, flooding, energy, all these other things, biodiversity and everything else. And we worked as a pilot and we produced a whole series of fantastic asset maps. So the top right-hand corner is a stock map in terms of water, surface water opportunities. The bottom one is actually an opportunity map for multiple benefits if you're using natural flood management. But they sit there. They haven't actually been used, and these were produced in 2016, except for by us to target where, on that left-hand side, it's still the same sides on mine? We used it in terms of a big flood scheme, the Hoyk flood scheme, to work out where we could manipulate natural characteristics to improve water quality and to improve flooding, etc. But what it hasn't done is put any values. It hasn't produced a mechanism that says that anyone has to utilize this system. So great potential, but nothing that's actually happened, and that's really important. The other thing I love about this conference right now is it could not have been better timed, because other folk are talking about a new statutory framework being required. It's not command and control, it's allowing us to know where we're working with. So Environment Link have produced only last week their Recover Biodiversity through large-scale strategic habitat restoration ideals and plans, the blueprint for water. And one of those is rethinking our relationship with water, one of the key assets. And then Water UK this week produced their 10 actions for change. Again, beautifully timed about 21st century rivers. And again, it talks about a national plan, local empowerment, support for people, and prioritizing nature as, you know, some of those in there. So we are really hitting this at exactly the right moment. Our role then as an NGO really is just about facilitating and enabling. We have absolutely no powers whatsoever, except for enthusiasm and the ability to go and talk to people and drink whiskey and have cups of tea and just keep talking to them about what it is they want to do. So it's about seizing opportunities. Nearly all the work that we've done has no legal basis. We've moved rivers. We've had, you know, multi-million pounds things. This is not about legal agreements. This is about trust. It's about communication. It's about agreeing with the farmer, we're going to do this. And if it goes wrong, we will come back and repair it. And occasionally as a trustee, I go, that could be really quite dangerous. But that is the way to move forward if you're an NGO. And lastly, can we put any values to any of this? And then, in fact, we've done a little work with Ian Dickey on this as part of a Scottish Natural Heritage piece of work. We are able to begin to place values. And it's interesting talking to communities. They would like to know about the values. That was a really important thing coming back from all our discussions with the land use strategy. Communities would like to know the value, not necessarily in pounds, shillings and pence, that shows my age, but actually just the value of what we're doing and what comes back. And the one where we've done it is on the Eddleston Water Study, this long-running project. But we've also worked with environmental finance. And as an NGO, there is an unbelievable frustration because we're hearing lots of things about multiple stacking, about the thing beyond the carbon code, and carbon management's the one that's so far producing money. But actually, we're not seeing it. We're not seeing money flowing for natural flood management, for biodiversity, for water quality. It's always been promised, and it's always going to get there somewhere. So there's a huge frustration from the NGO angle saying, well, actually, let's come and do it. And of course, it is coming. So Palladium and the national parks, I'm a board member of Loch Lomond and Trussix National Park, so I have to give a plug for this latest one again this week. Huge announcement from the National Parks UK that Palladium are putting in millions of pounds to actually take forward nature-based solutions. And that's, again, in the press this week. You can have a look at it. So the Eddleston Water, just to give you the sorts of figures we might be looking at. This is a Scottish Government project. I've been lucky to lead the science since 2009 on this. It's 70 square kilometres. It's just a typical catchment. It got straightened the river 200 years ago, not for drainage, but to make a road to go to Edinburgh. And we've been looking at the costs and benefits of improving the catchment for natural flood management, for habitats, for flooding. Entirely voluntary, working with landowners. We have no money to go out to the landowners and say, will you please do this, here's 50,000 quid. This is about understanding what landowners want and then trying to work with them. And one of the things we've done there is actually work out what it's cost. We know exactly what it's cost and what the benefits are. And just to give you some ideas of how much we've done, we've remeandered, there's a machine at the moment, so probably 3.6 kilometres of straightened river. We've planted well over 300,000 native trees. I think it's now 39 ponds of the one that was underwater on Tuesday when I saw it is now back being a pond as opposed to part of a floodplain. And loads of debris dams, and it's the most detailed scientific study going on the effectiveness. And alongside that, we worked with JBA and Mott MacDonald to actually work out what this cost. And the interesting thing here, and the take-home, this is not water quality per se, is that we know that what we've done delivers just under £1 million net present value in terms of flood damages avoided. But that also produces £4.2 million of other multiple benefits, largely water quality, biodiversity, carbon, increasingly recreation, because on the back of this, the meander being done now is being done by Sustrans to produce a path and a cycleway up through these meanders so the public can get a better access with interpretation so the public understand what we're doing, which again is absolutely vital. But the enhanced scenario, which we're working towards, would give us not just under 3 million net present value flood damages, but a further 17.7 million of other benefits, which raises the question, who should be paying this? Because clearly, as both of the previous speakers have said, there are public and private benefits here. That's okay, this is the last slide. What we've done in terms of this particular study, and it's £2.6 million and going, is to source funds from all those sources. You've seen those before. But actually, that raises the question, which I think everyone else is looking at here, is how do you get these sorts of funds to produce these dramatic improvements, which clearly have value? Thank you.
Applause. Thank you. Yeah. What I'm going to do, Chris, because you're taking us straight into the debate, I'm not going to take questions now. What I'd like to do is, first, we have two other people joining us for the debate. You're very welcome to come and sit down, Chris, if you like, rather than going back to your backwards or forwards. So we have two other people who are going to join us for the debate. And firstly, but I'm going to ask them just to say a few words, get their two pennyworth in up front. And first we have Bart Schoenbert, and I had a lesson in how to try and pronounce his name, and I'm not sure I've done it justice, from Ofwat. So, Bart, over to you for a couple of minutes.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Is it still morning? You'll have to bear with me. I hardly slept. I'm from North London, and it was so quiet here that I couldn't sleep. Just because I have the floor for a minute, first of all, a huge thank you for the opportunity to be here. It's really great, phenomenal event, great speakers, brilliant to see Abertyn yesterday. The only time I'd ever been to Abertyn was when I go to the meeting room in Ofwat Birmingham head office that is called Abertyn. And I tell you, the actual site is a lot nicer. I'll go into a reflection. Sorry, I won't take too long at all. But just reflecting on what was said yesterday as well, I do, and Heidi, I think your introduction talk was fantastic, and including the bit around enablers or barriers. I don't think it takes a genius to realize that Ofwat isn't always seen as the ultimate enabler, but we all have our perspectives, we all have our remits, we all have our responsibilities. But if we're looking at the topic of this conference, nature-based solutions, getting more of them, getting them to scale, absolutely we have an enabling role to play, both in partnerships with others, actually. So I look at the Winner Perform, which I think is incredibly important. It's collaborative. It's with ultimately an environment agency process, but with DEFRA, with water companies, ENGOs around the table, really thinking about what can we do here. But also Ofwat specifically, Ian, you were referring, I think, hinting at the kind of the OPEX question around OPEX versus CAPEX. And so these are the kind of questions that we are working through as an organization, which are, in essence, enabling questions. And I'm hugely positive. That we will go a long way from where we are, and it's a pivotal moment in time. Okay, so after those 2 minutes, just quickly on reflections. I mean, there's so much to say, but actually, and Ian, I also liked your slide around these kind of public versus private values, because we've done actually a lot of thinking about this internally, and including the question of well, obviously we think about who pays, but in the context of partnerships and what's fair. And actually, I would just it's not quite a plug, but we recently published these kind of principles around public value, and actually these really get to the heart of this, and we've been discussing them with companies, and really positive feedback actually to date. And they kind of sound quite simple, but they encompass quite a really complex thinking actually, and these are really about promoting and supporting companies going further in doing what they do to have greater environmental social value, beyond statutory obligations. We talk about customer support, of course, but also we talk about this promoting, supporting partnership working, but then there's an opportunity around co-funding. I mean, just listen to the presentation we just had. You listened to Joe yesterday from UU. Actually, if you believe some people, there's more money sloshing around than you know what to do with. It's looking for an outlet. And so there's huge opportunity in this co-funding. But of course, as an organization, we very much think also, right, and that is right, because it should be fair. Also to customers, but at others who benefit, pay the contributions that are fair. Now that's complex. We get that in terms of just finding it, getting it in there, but there's also models popping up left, right, and center in terms of how guarantees that over time. We get that, but really positive that can happen, and we've tried to push scenarios through that. Like reservoirs, for example. Abertyn, as I understand it from yesterday from engineers, is really supply focused, but there's others thinking about flood resilience as you design the reservoir, and that has benefits ultimately perhaps not the responsibility, the core responsibility of the company, but it's cheaper, it's better, and provides benefits to local councils and local communities. So, you know, you can bring that in. Same for wetlands. You can see if the wetland is there, it does its water quality, what it needs to do, provide social amenity. You can see how that's for a company and its customers. If you add another pond that really is purely for flood resilience purposes, that isn't about the core what the company needs to do, then you really get into questions around where should that money come from. So we're thinking this through. I'm plugging the public value principles just because actually a lot of our thinking is set out in there. It's high level. You could read them and go, well, there's nothing to disagree with here. But actually they do encompass our thinking in this space. And that then gets translated into PR24, into WINEP, all these other things. So it's a space that we are actively thinking about. And I'll stop there. It's probably way too long.
Thank you, Bob.
Why don't you come and take a seat here? And then I'd like to invite James Good also to come up and give us a couple of minutes reflection. And James, as you can see from your programme, is a partner at BCLP. Welcome, James.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I will make this short because nobody wants to listen to a lawyer for any longer than they absolutely have to. When I thought about this, when it comes to fairness, I spend a lot of time promoting very big infrastructure projects like the third runway at Heathrow, Thames Tideway Tunnel. I led the legal team on Abberton. And from my perspective, when it comes about fairness, what it really comes down to is what is the certainty you're looking for? What is the certain outcome you're trying to achieve? Because it's only when you understand that as a promoter that you can start to accept decisions which have been made and you understand what you have to provide in terms of mitigation and compensation. And where you can't get that certainty, you need a process which will ultimately deliver certainty, whether it be a review process or a consultation process. You need things like that, and really certainty is key, because if you know what you've got to do, you can accept, you know, the mitigation or the compensation or the costs that come with it. And I think that certainty, if promoters have that, it also helps the regulators, because they know what they've got to fund, essentially. And when I say regulators, with great respect to Bart, I'm not just talking about Ofwat. To give you an example, when we did Thames Tideway Tunnel, the River Thames in London has competing regulatory regimes between the EA for floods, PLA as the Port Authority, and the Marine Management Organisation. Trying to align their three competing interests took 18 months and about £1 million worth of legal fees. And, you know, that doesn't help. And so I think, you know, there has got to be greater alignment between promoters and the regulators. And I was at a session on Tuesday talking about a workshop session talking about the National Policy Statement for Water Resources. And one of the things which was coming out from there, and there were people from the regulators there were people from Planning Inspectorate, promoters, planners, environmental consultants, economists, and everybody was recognising that there has got to be greater alignment. The National Policy Statement relies on agreeing water resource management plans to deliver these future water supply projects. So if we can't agree the water resource management plans, the need case isn't proven, and you're going to struggle to promote the schemes you need. Another set of themes which came was around biodiversity net gain, a plea that would the government please get on and publish the regulations which sit below the Environment Bill in draft, so that people can understand how the framework is actually going to be built below. Because the Environment Bill establishes the framework, but it doesn't give you the detail which you really need in order to understand what it is you have to do, and therefore you have certainty. I'll give you an example of another complicating factor. The Water Resources National Policy Statement talks about biodiversity net gain, but it also talks about environmental net gain. Now, and then it conflates the two concepts. And so when you read some bits of it, you're reading it's talking about environmental net gain when they actually mean biodiversity net gain. And when they're talking about biodiversity net gain, there's reference to geology and cultural heritage. So it's a little bit confusing, and it doesn't help, you know, breed certainty as to what's required. Just one further thought on biodiversity net gain. I personally was quite surprised the government decided to bring nationally significant infrastructure projects up to the 10% threshold. And I say that for one main reason. Nationally significant infrastructure projects, certain of them, are very, very big. And the amount of compensation on a 10% metric, which would have to be provided, you know, could be very, very significant. And it could be enough to break the project, either because it's impossible to find the areas to provide the replacement habitat, or because it is just so expensive to do so that it doesn't come to a business case and analysis. Now, In that scenario, you have a nationally significant infrastructure project stopped by national government policy. And that seems to me to be a slightly odd situation to be in. I was quite surprised that they didn't actually give themselves the flexibility to actually say, we expect biodiversity net gain to come from these projects, and we expect the promoter to justify what it's providing. But that would at least give a room for some sort of reasoned, balanced planning decision making. And it might help deliver projects which are in the national interest and not get them hung up or prevented by coming forward from by national government policy. The other thought is that, and I would have supported them actually going further than biodiversity net gain and actually talking about environmental and social net gain, because that seems to me to line up much more closely with the sort of generally accepted definition of sustainability, and it allows social and economic factors to come into the decision making alongside what is undoubtedly important biodiversity issues, but also geological sites, cultural heritage, air quality, noise, all of those sorts of things. The worry I have with biodiversity net gain is everybody gets fixated on that, and we don't have the sort of responsible, balanced decision making that we really need to deliver some of these nationally significant infrastructure projects. I will stop there.
Thank you, James. Come and take a seat. We will have to squeeze onto this stage. And can I ask Chris and Phil and Ian also to come and join us? I promise you I'm not going to go on forever. We might just run about 5 minutes over into the break time. Might even be 10 minutes, but you never know. So, try and do some justice to the title of this session around a sustainable approach to funding. And, you know, we've got principles like polluter pays, but it seems to me we're not talking about that here. We're talking much more about projects that deliver multiple and really positive benefits, going beyond potentially statutory requirements as well, and bringing benefits for nature, for people, economic benefits, as well as regulatory requirements. And so I think the million-dollar question is how can we start to build this into funding models? And people have touched on that across their presentations, but I don't know, Ian or perhaps Bart, do you want to kick off and perhaps just give us a punt at that? Get the debate going, because then I can invite people to come in from the floor.
I think we're doing it, is the short million-dollar answer. If you look at, I am going to use the word WINEP a lot because I'm close to it and it matters. But the things that we're trying to achieve there is bringing in, you know, the evaluation and consideration of the wider benefits like net zero, like biodiversity, into the decision-making process. So that is, you know, that is doing that. If you look at Ofwat's kind of PR24 consultation, you know, we're talking about how do we take better account of kind of the environmental and the social side. So, you know, possibly it is happening.
Ian.
I would say, well, to pick up the point about environmental net gain that James made, I think that the door is open to that, and it's now a question of people have the opportunity to use it where it helps, you know, build their business case, which could be in a commercial sense or could be more in a regulatory sense, you know, getting approval from wider society, from planning authorities or so on, that a certain design of a scheme is worthwhile. I would say that there's a reason for starting with biodiversity net gain, and it's firstly that the loss of biodiversity is a critical issue in itself and needs to be addressed, and also we need to stop the extent to which it was being traded off with other types of benefits. Whereas a lot of other environmental benefits, there is the flexibility about the location and how they're delivered, like how you provide adequate green space to communities. There's more than one way of doing it, but there's kind of only one biodiversity resource, and it's very expensive and sometimes not possible to put back once you've lost it. So there is a reason for developing the structure in that way, but I think once you have the kind of compensation system for biodiversity there, then the data automatically links together to think about wider benefits, and so the system can naturally build to think about environmental net gain with the link up of data that I described in natural capital accounting, so without creating different silos of decision making for different types of benefits.
Chris, when you were explaining what you've been doing up at the Tweed and other projects, I was just struck by, if you're starting from a sort of NGO place, the complexity of going out, and you've got loads of money, but the complexity of going out and trying to find it and put that together sounded overwhelming and quite resource intensive. Can you see a better way of doing it?
I think the answer is we do need, as I was talking about, a sort of legal framework within which we can work, because talking to farmers can only go so far and other land managers. And there are lots of places where we haven't been able to do things that we've actually got wonderful schemes in there because it doesn't fit with the current landowners, operational activities, interest, businesses and everything else like that. And it's their land, and they're farming, great, because I need to eat the food, which is a fundamental point. So I think we need a mechanism which allows that discussion to happen. And have more options on the table. And one of the things we've actually given back to Scottish Government is the decision making, that if you go back to the flooding scheme, if you have a catchment approach that produces a 1 in 80 year protection for a town like Colchester, let's say, and a fantastic net present value because it's producing all these other things, water quality, biodiversity and everything else, is that a better solution than another one that produces a 1 in 500 year flood protection for Colchester but has no other values? And actually its cost benefit on the economic terms is far lower. So it's back to how you value these things. But I do think we need a legal basis that allows us to have those discussions and some sort of framework.
Phil, from the point of view of another water company, how does that chime with the sorts of things that you're thinking about doing?
I think when it comes to funding, I mean, like someone made reference to earlier, there's an awful lot of potential money out there, and we do get approached all the time because we own quite a lot of land. The problem is that we've still got this core service to deliver, and we have to think about, is that whatever is being proposed going to help us deliver good quality water to our customers? That's the main thing we've got to keep coming back to. And there's all these other benefits that go around that, and great, that's added on. But if we don't get that core service right, then we're not really doing our job very well.
Yeah, and actually, I should add, we at the CLA we've produced this rather beautiful booklet on introducing people to natural capital, and water companies are up there among the sources of funding that we pick out and highlight. So there is a perception out there that actually, you are the people to go to. Alongside government and the Environmental Land Management Scheme. So anybody from the audience who wants to come in on this question of actually how can you create a fair funding framework for these multiple benefit projects? I'm not seeing any takers. Yes, Joe.
Thanks, Sarah. So, sorry, my question was just around looking at the natural capital account, Ian, that you produced. The really sort of big driver of benefit in there was the recreational value. And certainly we've seen that in the natural capital accounts that we've built for UU as well. And I wonder whether that's an area, though, although it's driving the most value, is actually the hardest then to secure additional funding to support. We can see really clear route ways to get funding for peatland restoration or for tree planting and for biodiversity, but there isn't that same scale for the recreational benefit, and yet that's really the majority of the benefit within those assessments.
Ian?
Well, it's certainly a significant part of the value. It's not necessarily the majority, but it is a big one, and it does vary by location. So actually seeing the structure of benefits in different parts of the country is important. Recreation in itself may be a bit harder as a kind of welfare value, but off the back of recreation you can calculate health and well-being benefits. And there's still a crisis in health funding and health provision in this country, and that people realise needs to move kind of up the chain to prevention rather than trying to continue our. We do have a fantastic primary care treatment system, but not a fantastic health prevention system. So things do need to change there. And then, the other aspect in some parts of the country, obviously, is that recreation resource is also the tourism resource, and recognising that link properly. So that's when you start to break the value out like that, you potentially get to different funding options, but they are a bit further away. They're not available right now. The other thing I'd say, if I can, about funding is kind of the structures that are there to make these investments happen. And I think the Tweed Forum's a fantastic example of the sort of bodies we need. And Chris described changing from what you called a talking shop to a sort of more legally constituted body. I think every part of the country needs a Tweed Forum at the right scale to be able to do a few things. To firstly, really understand what the right investments are for a particular location and context. That takes local knowledge and local relationship building. But then also that has the legal form that can represent a community. So when an investment goes into a location, obviously the investor will probably be remote, but that means a lot of the benefits will go back to that investor in a remote location. You want some of that benefit to be retained by the local community, but you need a body to kind of execute that function. And then also, you need these things to be traded over time. So you can't just expect each transaction to happen in a neat moment in time. So you need to be able to store, so we talk about banking biodiversity units or storing carbon credits. And so a body that can do that and hold those on behalf of a community or hold finance, those are quite complicated functions. And there's often not a body that's able to do that, and that then holds back the ability to invest in catchments in a water sense or in local areas in other senses.
Thank you, Ian. And just going back to Joe's point on health-related benefits of recreation, I mean, I think we hope that the Environmental Land Management Scheme will have some opportunities for that. It's probably most likely to be near urban areas because that's where you could imagine that you get the most benefit out of it. And my experience so far of health authorities and social prescribing is that it tends to look for charitable funding rather than actually contributing its own core funding. I'd be really interested if anybody's aware of it actually coming out of core funding more. Ian wanted to ask a question at the back.
Thank you, Sarah. I was quite intrigued by the difference that we've heard between the speakers. So Ian and Phil sort of representing work done by the water companies who operate within strict legal frameworks and regulatory constraints, but doing some good work despite, or perhaps because of those constraints. But then, Chris, you were calling for a legal framework, and yet the Tweed Forum has been, agile and innovative in being able to explore all sorts of sources for funding and operate in a way that legal entities constrained by statute aren't able to do. So I'm intrigued as to why you're calling for a legal framework, and might it not be a case of be careful what you wish for, because it might constrain what you're doing. And so then the question for the whole panel really is, do we need this mixture of statutory and non-statutory bodies to deliver the full breadth of benefits for nature that we're looking for?
So I'll start with Chris on that, and then we'll get all of the panelists.
It's a point very well made. The reason we call for a legal framework is the impact of the Flood Risk Management Act 2009 actually saying that you legally have to look at a catchment and see what it can produce has spurned lots and lots, has spawned, not spurned, has spawned lots of activity, lots of engagement, lots of innovation. And it's because of that, and I think the same is in the Natural Resource Wales Act. And the reason why I'm so depressed by the land use strategy is there is no legal backing for anyone to do anything. I don't know a single decision in Scotland that's actually changed because there's a land use strategy. They are trying to tackle the issues Ian was just talking now. They're talking about regional land use partnerships. But again, we're a year down the line and they're still talking about what they might look like in stakeholder engagement and might they have money and might they have powers. In other words, they haven't actually got into answering the key questions you've got there. The other legal thing I think we'd like to see is, can we actually break down the silos so that it is understood and accepted and enabled that a spend in flooding gets a benefit in health, a spend in water quality gets a benefit in recreation, and that we're not just saying you have to look at the individual bits, we can look at it in the whole, and that needs some legal sort of thing that says that I spend in my budget A, but actually it doesn't make any sense in a cost benefit in budget A, but if I include budget C, D and E, which is controlled by someone totally different, I get a fantastic benefit. And then I think the debate about who the benefit goes to, the public, and where the water companies sit in here is actually very critical. And as a side swipe, because I'm far enough south of the border, just one last point, I'm much more impressed with the innovation of United Utilities, Wessex, Northumbrian, Yorkshire, than I am with Scottish Water. And yet there are public bodies sitting up there. They are very close to doing what they're told to do, whereas the innovation coming from you guys is spectacular.
James,
we may never get back to Scotland, of course.
We're touching on legal frameworks and legal issues, so let's ask a lawyer.
Well, I mean, I think you have to accept we live in a very very modern, highly sophisticated society. They are characterized by highly developed legal frameworks. I mean, that is just ever thus, and I don't see how you can change that unless you go back to Chris's, what was it, autocratic? Yes, you could go for one of those, but I don't think anybody wants to live in that. I mean, it's an interesting fact that 80% of the environmental legislation which was put through Europe, 80% of it originated in the UK. So when we leave, look to leave the European Union, we are leaving the European Union with an environmental law system which is basically driven by the United Kingdom, which I find a quite extraordinary thing. And it is just a factor. If you have a modern, well-developed legal system, it will be complicated. There are just so many competing considerations. You only have to think about the level of detail and the number of issues which have been discussed in the last 48 hours or so, that without a regulatory legal system to control that, you just can't deliver anything. I mean, it would become more or less impossible, I think.
Does this one work?
Thank you. It's a great question, Ian. I won't give it. We're spending an evening as to whether you would design the system this way if you had a blank piece of paper kind of thing. But actually, to the second part of your question around, do you need a combination of statutory and non-statutory bodies? I mean, yes, I think must be the short answer. For two reasons. One is very pragmatic, I think, certainly on the environmental and geo perspective, which others are greater experts than I am. But, those funding models are changing, and so they need to adapt to this new world to also kind of remain, keep doing what they're doing. But secondly, and equally, much more importantly, they bring the expertise, the community involvement, all the kind of the really good things that they bring to these partnerships. And so I mean, and that's a good thing, and so working together is a positive. And I think another positive to that, I mean, you need people to be challenging and pushing, challenging companies, challenging regulators to the public, and you need people, lobbyist advocates, to really push those who are responsible for delivering to the public to do what they need to do. But I do think we're in some places, perhaps more than others, a slightly toxic situation where there is such kind of negativity, for example, directed at, say, the Environment Agency, fellow regulator, that, you can understand because it's pushing an agenda, but it becomes counterproductive at some point. And so actually working together in that sense, I think, is a real positive, and not kind of in a co-opting kind of way, but in a shared agenda, understanding one another, understanding the common challenge that we have. So I think it's a yes in a really positive way.
Thank you. Is this one working? Yeah. So just to round this session off, because otherwise you won't get as much coffee as you probably want, I was going to ask each of the panellists in almost one line, given how many learnings they shared with us from their examples this morning, what is their top insight for success in getting these nature-based solutions into the water sector? Can I start with Phil?
For me, it's in a line, it's got to be partnership working, and making sure that you're actually meeting the needs of your local community that you're operating in, and it's that local context which is critical for me.
Ian?
Well, I'll say, understand who the beneficiaries are, and go right back to that. There's in each of those monetary values I present, they can appear very dry, but there's a beneficiary person at the end of that number.
It was something which was in my notes, but I didn't mention it at the time. It's just in the interest of time. But proper funding for public authorities and public organisations which are having to do the bulk of this work. I mean, there's been talk about massive reform of the planning system. You wouldn't need to reform the existing planning system if you funded local planning authorities. You can't get pre-application meetings with most local planning authorities now because they haven't got the resources. And it's getting worse.
I'll throw one in because yesterday I'd heard about this, but certainly a Savile colleague rammed it home, is that clearly there's a tax thing in this picture that seems to be quite relevant. So I'll just throw that one in.
And lastly, Chris.
I'd almost get back to where we start. I think recognising the shared agendas long-term of partnerships Some of the things you do won't actually be your highest priority, but if you want a real partnership, you've got to go with other people's priorities as well. So, shared agendas.
Thank you all very much for your attention. Can we just have a round of applause for the panel, please? What time would you like us back from our coffee break, Miranda?
The workshops were due to start in 10 minutes, but obviously I'd rather you get a cup of coffee and a quick break. So if I start harassing people in about 20-25 minutes and usher you to your rooms, like I said before, if you haven't got a workshop allocated to you yet, can you go back to the registration desk and we'll sort that out, and we'll point you in the direction of where the rooms are. Group 3 is in here and the other 2 are upstairs, so back into reception, and we'll point you in the right direction for those. And I also just wanted to say, Bart, at some point there was a question that came through on the Slido that was very relevant for yourself, so at some point it would be quite great if we could do a response to them on that. Thank you.
Great. Sorry, I wasn't aware of the Slido.
Hello, everyone. I've been asked to call you all to attention, and we just need to have the workshop leads come and report back on their different groups. So who's going to go first? Max.
Thank you, Simon. So, yes, our task was to discuss the potential that Abberton Reservoir has as an outdoor laboratory for picking up some of the research investigation questions that we've been talking about over today and yesterday. So we started out just having a look at two or three examples of other sort of large-scale open-air type laboratories, just to get ourselves thinking. And I think importantly, identified that the outcome of the workshop could range from, yep, Abberton, brilliant place, you know, just the job for this sort of research. Maybe, yeah, good, we do need to do this sort of research, but maybe Abberton Reservoir is not quite the place, or at the other extreme, yeah, not such a really good idea at this point in time, bit of a dead duck. So we did start with that sort of basis, if you like. And then the group settled down and focused on the aspects that we needed to really pay attention to see if this would work, see what the potential was, looking at the aims and goals, identifying the stakeholders, the resources that would be needed, the funding, what sort of governance, although we didn't get sort of into great detail on that, and also the sort of facilities that go with it. All of that led us then to look in a little bit more detail at those sorts of aspects. We added connectivity, the importance of sort of going beyond Abberton Reservoir. It needs to have applicability. It would need to have applicability across the country or much more widely. And I think a recognition that obviously Abberton Reservoir as a hub, a research sort of base would deal with some of these questions. And then we all sort of came all back together again and concluded, yeah, Abberton is a terrific place to undertake this type of work. Pretty much consensus across the group as a whole, and a real enthusiasm. Obviously, it needs sort of further thought in terms of making sure that the goals and the aspirations fit both within the company, but also more widely in a list of stakeholders as long as your arm, and also applicable way beyond Abberton. What was interesting, and probably the point to sort of finish on, was that we need an education element within this, an education element that spans from primary all the way through sort of middle years, all the way to undergraduates and even postgraduates. We need an education centre to be sitting alongside the sort of research centre to make the most of the resources that are here. And I do emphasise the word terrific. We think it's a terrific possibility. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Max. Next, Bart, where are you? There.
Right. I'm not going to do this conversation justice, but I'll try to make some sense of my notes. So we were really talking about making the most of the opportunities presented by ongoing recent reforms like like the Agricultural Act, like the Environment Bill, like the WINEP reform, in really kind of getting to nature-based solutions at scale, you know, where they can be and where they need to be. And so we put it around what is the number one thing in people's views that really stands in the way, or actually how someone put it, you know, what makes success inevitable, which is a much more positive way actually of putting it. And the answer is a guy called Tim. Tim, are you here? All roads lead to Tim, as far as I could tell from that meeting. So we're done. Thanks very much. Let me start with the Tim thing, and the point being, from a farming perspective, the ability to quite relatively easily see where the opportunities are, to the kind of the land that was talked about yesterday, around the ability that, you know, this and forgive me if I get the words wrong, but this is, you know, this is for your farm. These are the opportunities that there are. This is what people are interested in. This is where you can go to kind of trade or put bids in or whatever it is. So a way for the farming community to easily access the opportunities that are, actually see and then access the opportunities that are available to them. Am I doing that justice? Okay. Excellent, thank you. So that's Tim. Then there is, in no particular order, there was a lot of talk around adaptive planning and the need for that, and the greater need for that also in the context of just rapidly emerging greater volumes of data, but then also a bit of a sense that nobody necessarily really knows what that means, other than we all agree it's a good thing to do. So there was something around adaptive planning, some points made around rules around polluter pays or fair share rules and farming rules, and to the extent are they in line with you know, trying to do more around nature-based solutions? So are the rules coherent across the board? I think maybe is one way of putting that. Discussions around the ability to be able to provide kind of secure, longer-term, say 30-year income streams, for example, to third parties, and how does that work in a kind of OPEX, CAPEX kind of world, and how do we facilitate that? There was things around permitting, Environment Agency permitting, the extent to which actually there are lots of trials, but how can that actually just happen more by default? There's some themes running across these. Another one was around being better at dealing with uncertainty, and really the ability to be comfortable with that, to manage it, but really understanding that some of these solutions, even though they perhaps aren't, you know, as tried and tested as others are, but that to collectively be comfortable with living with that uncertainty, and certainly maybe sounds even a bit strong in that sense. And a sub-dimension of that was putting ourselves in other people's shoes, because you know, companies really put themselves in the shoes of farmers. Ofwat putting itself in the shoes of the Environment Agency or whatever it is, to really kind of help understand why are people so nervous about uncertainty. Because I do personally see that quite a lot. Oh, you know, they need to take greater risk, and it's like, okay, but why do you think people aren't willing to do that? Have you thought that through? And actually that gives you quite a different perspective. So there was that. And then two more. One was around the relationship between water companies and farmers, and which is kind of linked to an earlier point, but what can water companies get involved in, also kind of carrying upfront costs for farmers or on their land or otherwise. And then the last point that was made, but really importantly, was around the supply chain. And there's a question asked, like, you know, where's Coca-Cola and where's Nestle? Why aren't they in the room? But actually really harnessing the expertise, the capability, the power and the money of some people who are coming to the table. We heard about Nestle yesterday. I think you were talking about Pepsi and Coca-Cola. So just harnessing those market forces for good, actually, was another point. Have I missed anything major? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sam.
Okay, thanks, Bart. We'll hear from Ian in a second, but just to, at the end, there will be a little bit of time for questions or comments on anything that you've heard. But Ian, come up and report on your workshop.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, so we were talking about the idea of standardization of kind of analysis processes. So firstly, there's a very useful distinction that Jacqueline pointed out to us about the difference between the level of detail needed and, for example, the right spatial scale of analysis versus the complexity of some of the analysis. And for complexity, we often rely on scientific modeling, the peer review process, and then the data we actually end up using can be accessible and more quickly available, and we get to off-the-shelf values for several of the benefits from natural capital that the accounts I showed valued. I think we did have a broad agreement about the idea of things consolidating. So there's guidance coming together from changes to the Green Book, the ENCA that's been referenced from DEFRA, the British Standard I talked about. And to 2030, we can see those things becoming maybe not a single way of doing things, but a narrower sort of band of approaches that we are getting towards standardization, and what also might standardize some of the principles behind that. So just the idea of recognizing wider value from the environment in decision making is now broadly being used, but actually requiring that. And then also the materiality step, so that to measure what's material, not what an organization chooses to measure because it suits it. So some of those principles might get more consolidated. And the opposite of that is avoiding lack of transparency, so avoiding black boxes or overly simplified approaches. There's a question then of how you have to use this data, and can everyone use it, and do individual land managers, even farmers, have to sort of use valuations? And that's not the case. There are limitations to how it needs to be used, and there may be that the sort of local broker role is the translator there. So a catchment broker might, I think, does need to understand natural capital values and help use that to set priorities. But then how those priorities are delivered, they might measure through physical data, maybe the cost of actions, rather than needing to also measure values at an individual farm scale, and that's a more practical system. And that, to me, demonstrates a key thing, that we're linking together the physical and monetary data. Firstly, that's really important so that the monetary values are given the right context of what they represent. And secondly, so day to day or year to year, even the physical and cost data can be enough for the management process, but then understanding the benefits is a slightly more strategic way of setting priorities and direction. So that's the conclusion I drew from it. And thanks to the group, because a very informative discussion of the different perspectives we heard. Sorry.
Thanks, Ian. And I think we've got a few minutes. Are there any comments that people want to make based on what they've heard, or questions that they want to ask the facilitators of those three groups? Because obviously we weren't all in the same workshops. Has anybody got any questions or comments that they want to make on what they've heard, or things they think are missing, or whatever? None? You all want lunch. Okay, fine. Well, let's leave it at that. But before we go to lunch, I just wanted to say, and Miranda's going to interrupt me in a second, but I just wanted to say that this afternoon, which I'll be chairing the session this afternoon, and maybe you can think about this over lunch. Personally, my feeling is that we've had the most incredibly rich talks, discussions over the last couple of days. But there's always a real risk in these things that, we all go away frazzled and think, well, so what? And I think it's really important that we try and identify what are the key messages that have been coming through over the last day and a half, and particularly what are some of the key challenges that we then need to address to make the things that we want to work. So maybe you can think about that over lunch, because I want us as a sort of group to try and think about what are the key messages and what are the next steps that we need to make these nature-based solutions work more effectively. So maybe you can think about that, because by the time we go away, I want some sort of clarity on what we're all going to do to try and make it all happen. So Miranda, did you want to say something before we break for lunch? Okay, fine, go.
Sorry, I've also just seen the Slido things. I'm a bit short for this. A colleague has actually just flagged the fact that we do obviously have Essex Wildlife Trust Visitor Centre at Abberton, which could be the great basis for your educational resource alongside the research resource at Abberton Reservoir. Just wanted to say, lunch today is served in the dining room. It's a buffet. So yeah, if you want to make your way through to the restaurant, that's where lunch will be served. And if we can all be back here for 1:30 for a prompt start for Simon's session, that would be fab. And look forward to the discussions this afternoon. Thank you.
Okay, everyone, can we restart? So how this next session is going to work is we're going to have two case studies which we're going to hear about. And then, as I said earlier, I really want to try and help pull everything together with what are the key messages, what are the next steps, so we're all clear on how we can take this forward. And so what we'll do is we'll have the two case studies, we'll have a brief Q&A on those, but I think we'll hear them both and then do the Q&A. Then there's going to be a bunch of people who I hope have been fingered by Miranda, and I hope know that they're going to be coming up to help thereafter. And what I thought I'd do is lead with my chin a bit and just give my sense of what we've been listening to over the last couple of days. What are the key messages, and what are some of the key things we need to tackle next to make these nature-based solutions work more effectively? And then I want people to respond to that, say, no, you got it all completely wrong, or you forgot this, so that by the end of it, we're all fairly clear on what the next step should be. So that's how I hope, is as a way of running it. I hope that's okay. And if it's not, I'm going to take it as being okay. Right, so let's start with Richard, Senior Agronomy Advisor at Anglian Water. Floor is yours.
And I see what it's like not being able to see that screen. So this is a case study of essentially Anglian Water, our approach to catchment management, our learnings. I think a really important thing that often we talk at the end of a project about how it went really well, and actually some of the most useful stuff is saying, well, I wish we didn't do that again, and making sure we're sharing that sort of stuff. And certainly catchment management across the UK is in a fortunate position that a lot of companies talk to each other. This has been a great day for me, just meeting colleagues, meeting other people that we've chatted to in the past. And it's that sharing of that knowledge that means that we're stronger. We don't have to fall through those mistakes all the time. So this is Healthy Crops, Healthy Water is essentially what we're looking for. That's the aspiration in the Anglian Water Catchment Management team. And it's how we've moved from a world of lots and lots of little projects to actually how do we put it together? How do we deliver partnerships that will give us more? How do we be more aspirational? How do we be more ambitious? Recognizing from a water company, we've got a lot of drivers. The most important, of course, being drinking water availability, drinking water quality, and then from my perspective, there are secondary drivers like biodiversity, like carbon, all sorts of drivers that are sitting there that are equally important, but if there's no water in the taps, actually all those other things are nice accessories to have, and remembering that in terms of the priority. But it's really important to make sure that we understand, and often we look from the water company perspective of what good looks like, but actually, well, what does good look like the other side of the fence? I know the water company side, but equally, it's really important. I always say farmers are facing a perfect storm at the moment. Market uncertainty in terms of the crops. We're suddenly competing in a global market, and with the best one in the world, when the big boys in the Ukraine and Poland and South America start producing, their cost of production is so much lower, we can't compete in a volume game in that sort of world. Quality is really important, and that's where we can differentiate. But it's also farmers are farming with huge amounts of climate variation. So it's drought, it's dry seasons, then it's floods, managing all of those sort of things, managing the financial challenges that we've heard a couple of times around BPS and those sort of things. Any one of those things, farmers are probably resilient enough to work their way through. Farmers in the next 5 years are dealing with all of those things arriving at the same time. And the farmers that we work with in 5-10 years' time are not going to be the people that we're talking with right at the moment. They will have adapted, they will have changed, they will have mitigated. Some of them will get lost along the way, but we will have a very different group, and we must recognize that it's evolving all the time. In the same way we talked earlier about water quality plans and those sort of plans that were set 10 years ago. Abberton, there was a plan even further that we're seeing now. Make sure the plans we put in place for agriculture aren't to deal with the problems now, they're to the problems and the opportunities that are going to be coming down the line. Another thing that the fortunate position in the catchment team is that I sit on the fence talking the water message to the agricultural community, but half my time's then taking the agricultural message into the business and saying, this is why farming is doing that. And a really important thing there is about understanding of risk. So many of us in the water company, probably most of us, get paid a salary once a month. Farmers get paid a salary generally once a year, which means they're far more risk averse. What sort of challenges, and this is particularly relevant when we were talking metaldehyde, what challenges are you going to take in month one that could impact your salary 12 months down the line? Now, if we only got paid a salary once a year, we'd be far more risk averse about the approaches that we take, and it's easy to be flippant and say, well, farmers should do that, but it's their livelihoods, it's their business, and we need to take that, we need to respect that to give the credibility for the things that we'd like to do. Probably the most... there should be a line underneath there, but I'm glad I got these printed. First thing I say is there's no such thing as a farmer. Lots of water companies talk about, and you hear NGOs talk about our farmers. You get old farmers, you get young farmers, you get proactive farmers, you get very conservative farmers. We need to recognize it's not just a group, and they're different personalities and different drivers that we need to recognize in that. And I think too often we just lump, oh, well, the farmers in that catchment, and they've got different drivers. Often I found the guy that doesn't talk much is actually the one whose opinion is valued the most in a particular catchment. We always talk about a split of at least a 60-30-10. Of 60% of farmers, typically when you talk to them, you might ask, they will listen to your discussion. About 30% of farmers are more risk averse, that they won't necessarily dive in, but they'll wait to be influenced by their peers, they will talk around. And there's often a 5 to 10%, and as you scale up, that 5-10% is more, who don't want to be told. Whether it's because they're in the fortunate position of, I own a big estate and I make decisions and I'm not familiar with somebody just saying no to me, whether they just don't like the water company. And I'm conscious that water companies, in many situations, we've done whatever we can to annoy farmers. Because we can access land to manage pipelines, we don't have to ask nicely. Often our subcontractors have treated farmers really badly. And there's a legacy of that. We don't come in brand new, the history comes along as well. And it's really important to remember that. And if there was a scheme that came in the past, we need to talk about it. We need to recognize, lots of farmers tell me that all the good land's at the bottom of Rutland Reservoir, Graffham Reservoir. It's talking about that. It's recognizing farmers who've got different attitudes to change. And these are the sorts of things that we've learned. And one of the things that in our WINEP this year, this 5-year period, is that we've included a behaviors matrix. So often, it's easy to measure. I paid for cover crops. But it's the mental side of things that's more important for me. And we've got a behaviors matrix that broadly says everything from the skeptic all the way up to the advocate. And we've got a range of questions that we ask farmers to say, well, you've tried something, well, where are you? Assuming that not everybody's going to be there. So we did metaldehyde substitution, and some farmers, when we said, well, if we stepped away and didn't pay you, they said, well, we'd go straight back to using metaldehyde. We've got others that say, actually, we started using ferric phosphate, it ticks the boxes from us, and I'm giving my parents, I'm giving my neighbours grief if they're not using it. Different farmers will look in different ways, and the way we need to talk to them is going to be different. And sometimes they're the key person. The blocker is the key person you need to get a scheme happening. The next thing I talk about is local solutions for local problems. So we can talk at an Anglian scale, or 27,500 square kilometres, but actually for a farmer in Essex, that means nothing. We need to focus on the local. So we spend a lot of time getting local catchment data. So instead of saying we've got a metaldehyde problem, we can say we've got a metaldehyde problem in this particular tributary. In this room, you are the farmers that farm upstream of there. So there's a connection to the challenge. And we must think about the things going forward and say, well, we've got problems with blackgrass herbicides. Well, what can we do? How can we tie those in? We must make sure that we spend time getting that local information. Spend time on the monitoring so that that information is there, so that you can also measure that success. So when farmers start doing stuff, you can say, okay, here's the progress. We're not looking right at the end. This is an interesting picture because this was, the farmers said, we've got a bit of runoff coming through. Can we have some money to fund a solution? What you don't see is that there's about 200 meters of gently sloping road that gets all the way to here. What you also don't see in this picture here is the farmer used some of the money, he built the grid over there so that it caught the runoff, but he's also put wooden baffle boards just to the right to slow the flow further down that stream. So it doesn't, when it rains, come straight down that road into the ditch and then keep cruising along. He's put a little bit of baffles in. They're just wooden boards. It's a really simple solution that we didn't even think about, but it just slows it. It means that suddenly there's a bit more dropping of sediment and those sort of things. And it's really trying to encourage that innovation coming through, getting the farmers good ideas coming through. Probably the most important picture that I'm going to put up here, and catchment management, and probably a lot of you around here have heard me talking about, is catchment management's a people business. Too often we spend time thinking about it as here's a list of schemes, this is what we've delivered, we've spent about that amount of money. We very much look at our catchment team as trusted brokers. So when what my aspiration is when one of my team has left a farm and the farmer's partner says, well, so who was that there? I want the farmer to say, that was Kelly from Anglian Water, rather than somebody from Anglian Water called Kelly. It's about building that trust. So we're conscious that Anglian Water is a very intensive arable area, so everyone in my team is basis qualified. We want to be able to talk at that technical level, talk at a business-to-business level. If we're not talking at the same level as their agronomist, how can we put ourselves in a position to say what you should or shouldn't do with pesticides? So we want to be part of that solution rather than people working on our behalf. Human factors are really important. During COVID, we made a point of keeping in touch with as many farmers as possible. We visit a lot of the farmers around our reservoirs twice a year. Often that's a huge amount of engagement. As long as we're getting offered biscuits and cake, it tends to be that we're appreciated there. But it's also about understanding that history. It's about being there when it's not just in our own interest. How are you doing? How are things going with COVID? What are the challenges? Because the farming world keeps ticking along. The challenges, often their concerns and fears that they don't want to share with their family. A lot of farms are farmers' businesses and they're really worried about the challenges coming through. Actually, somebody from Anglian Water that you've seen twice a year for the last 5 years, you can have a different conversation, and there is a huge amount of social value in that side of things. Bart nicked my line, but what was meant to be sitting over here was make success inevitable. And all of our schemes now, it's about think about them. How do we make sure that success happens there? This is the key. A lot of it's about making time to make things simple. How do we cut out all the bureaucracy and those sort of things? How do we build that trust so that when we do come with something, people are trustworthy? Well, they trust what we're trying to do. Recognizing that 30-60-10 split of different farmers and different messages on how we communicate what we need. And it's also about encouraging innovation. So one of the things we're doing that we're about to launch is an innovation grant. What we don't want is a shopping list of measures that we, the water company, have decided that farmers need to do. What we've turned around instead is said, these are the needs that we have in the local catchment. What opportunities do you have? How can we think about the solutions? And we've had people talking about miscanthus to us. We've had people talking about agroforestry, all sorts of ideas that if we'd just had a pre-selected list, we would never have got. And it's also, well, where can we work a hybrid system? What do we need to do? It gives the farmer a connection to what we're doing and a conversation, and the more that they can put in is maybe valuing their labour, their resources a bit more rather than just a pure, we're going to pay £120 for cover crops or something like that. So it's entertaining that. Are they looking to try something innovative? And I keep saying to the team, we need to be looking at things that will be mainstream in 5 years' time. We need to be pushing that boundary. We've got the opportunity to take some of that risk so that the farmers don't necessarily have to. And if you think cover crops 5-6 years ago, only very few were playing around with. If you go further back 10 years ago, how many farmers had GPSs on their tractors? 20 years ago, how many of us in this room would have even had a smartphone? What are the things that we can be doing now that in 5 years' time all the farmers are running with or doing? I keep thinking about soils and soil codes and that sort of stuff and saying, well, where can we put some leadership in there? Where can we put some certainty? So that's our program and how we've moved. How much time have I got? I could talk forever. So a couple of case studies on things we've done. Metaldehyde was where we earned the right to talk to farmers, so our Slug It Out program, it was really simple to be able to do because metaldehyde was one problem. We had one buyer of talk to each farmer, and we had one solution, which was move across to ferric phosphate. Our scheme was slightly different in that we paid farmers not to use metaldehyde. We didn't pay them to use ferric. And that's a really, really important nuance, because the way that they delivered that solution was then in the farmer's control, not under ours. It was a successful scheme for me. There was a whole lot of different things. We had 250 farmers engaged across the Anglian region. The map over there is essentially all of our surface water risk areas. The red dots in there are natural catchments, the land that is around every one of our reservoirs. So we can switch a pump off most times to control water quality. What farmers do around the reservoir, and I look at the same with Abberton, what farmers do on the reservoir gets in, whether we like it or not. We can't do abstraction management there. So we need to have a slightly different relationship there. And those are, those are a really important group. We did move it up further to north to sort of Grimsby, Covenham area, which is, the yellow areas in the top. But they're all really important. It's lasted for 7 years. So again, a good continuity. Our advisors visit each farmer twice a year, understand what they're doing. So that level of trust, the next scheme we look in is not there's somebody random from the water board knocking on the door. It's Kelly from Anglian Waters here, and I know your story and I know where we are. So they're in a much better position to say, well, how can we work on the next challenge? The most important thing for our regulators is the metaldehyde level went down when we did slug it out. The most important, it doesn't disappear. It takes a long time to go away. We've been running it for 7 years, and we say the metaldehyde's down to 98% of where it was. We had some scary numbers, and it's also remembering that, metaldehyde's going to be banned next year, but it won't mean the problem will disappear. It will take time to move through the environment. Probably the most important, one of the most important metrics for me is we got 100% uptake. Slug it out every year was voluntary, and we got every single farmer in every single catchment signing up. We needed to use a huge range of different skills, and I think every catchment team has recognized that the social skills, having the sociologists involved, and although we're going to be talking later, the pressures that we had from academics of asking the silly questions, the annoying questions, meant that we were able to get there. But Cool. 68% of farmers tried cultural controls, which is a really important of non-chemical uses. So they had that flexibility. They had the option to go back to chemistry, but didn't necessarily, and they got some learnings there. We also had 13,500 hectares of land that was voluntary put down to ferric phosphate. That's land we weren't subsidizing. But the case was made in terms of what they were doing, and farmers were happy enough to then implement it and going further. The only problem I'd say with our scheme is that we didn't have an exit route. So we had no way to then move away. And I don't have time to talk about Lens here. If anybody's interested, chat to me later. But it was then, how did we change what we're doing so that we can fund wider things? And the thing I'll leave everybody with was a quote. And this is a farm in the Fens. And it always makes me think of, is this what the future of farming is going to look like? There's all sorts of challenges there in terms of soils, production systems, labor. But what this always makes me remind me of is a quote that I got from Tim May, who farms at the Kingsclere estate. And in a talk that he did, he said, every single farm has an unfair advantage. It's up to us, it's up to the farmer to work out what that is. Are you close to a local town so you can get children? Can you do a pick and mix? Are you close to are you part of the duchy and therefore you've got another market that's available there? What is your local, are you farming around the borders of a water company, of a reservoir, so that you've got something to tie in? The skill of a farmer is finding that advantage and going, and that's always sat in my mind. So I rushed through at the end, but that's where we've come from Anglian Water.
Richard, that's absolutely great and terrific insights there into how you successfully engage. I'm sure people have comments, questions, but I'm going to move on to the next one, and then we'll do you both together. So, Ben Barnford from Exeter University. Ben.
Sweet. Yeah, sorry, just checking with the slides. So first, obviously, kind of thanks to the organisers. It's been a really kind of enjoyable conference. So obviously, I guess everyone in this room is well aware that over the last kind of 10 to 15 years, the regulator has increasingly allowed and indeed encouraged catchment management solutions rather than kind of engineering to solve problems related to water quality. And of course, for the industry, that really means we're working with farmers to reduce farm-based emissions. So I'm going to chat to you kind of about our work, and that's collective. So that's with Brett Day and Luke Lindsay as well, as part of the University of Exeter Mechanism Design team. I'm going to finish up by kind of telling you a little bit about what we think the not too distant future might look like, where these catchment solutions pioneered by the water industry form the basis of wider ecosystem service markets for a range of kind of buyers. So just to kind of quickly recap then, if you're dealing with a catchment solution scheme, you've got some funder, which is normally a water company, but increasingly housing developers as well, and they're going to be paying participants, that's really farmers, to change their behaviour or pay them for a particular outcome. And in the middle, you've got some kind of scheme. And actually, the design of those incentives is going to be critical in working out in the kind of success of the overall scheme. And so I'm just going to go into a few kind of details with that, with a couple of schemes in mind. So the first of those is the Slug It Out scheme. Sorry, I was expecting a couple of animations. But yeah, sorry. So it's this Slug It Out scheme that you heard a little bit about from Richard, which was targeting 5 key catchments that Anglian Water had. And there they were finding metaldehyde concentrations in those 5 key reservoirs were regularly exceeding the legal limit. And so they kind of faced 3 options in those cases, and none of them were particularly good. They could turn off the taps, they could wait and kind of wait for it to pass, or they could kind of face some hefty regulatory fines. But of course, I think it's no surprise, metaldehyde isn't naturally occurring. It comes from these slug pellets that are applied by farmers to their fields. And so if you can get farmers to stop using metaldehyde, you can kind of solve the problem that way. So they've got a clear objective there, right? Get a metaldehyde below that legal limit of 0.1 micrograms per litre. And actually, that's really key in all of the schemes that we deal with. If you've got an objective and you know what your objective is, actually designing a scheme becomes a whole lot easier. Now, it kind of sounds easy, just get farmers to stop using metaldehyde. But actually, just one of these little blue pellets in something the size of an Olympic swimming pool would be enough to push you over the limit. And so what we really need to do is engage with all of the farmers, as Richard was kind of just saying, within the catchment for success. So, as Richard said, there's a substitute available, it's ferric phosphate. It costs a bit more, so obviously the scheme is going to have to pay for that increase in cost. But I think that alone probably wouldn't have worked. And I think it wouldn't have worked partly because of this elimination. You need to get everyone on board, and so to achieve that, there was a participation payment. Just simply signing up, and you get this. And that builds trust, and it builds kind of a commitment there as well from the farmer. They get this at that point for having done actually nothing, right? The other thing that they faced was uncertainty. They know that metaldehyde works, they've used it repeatedly, and they've seen its success. And the other thing with metaldehyde is if you're a slug that gets metaldehyde, you actually die at the surface, right? With ferric phosphate, you go beneath. So the farmers didn't know whether or not it was working. And so what they did, that's Anglian, they set up this discretionary top-up payment. And that was really key to get farmer buy-in because it alleviates this uncertainty. And that payment was available, so if a farmer lost crop to slugs, they could apply to this top-up payment and they'd get compensated for that. Actually, in the event, no farmers lost crops and no one had to apply to this fund, but it being there gave that reassurance that allowed kind of farmers to buy into this scheme. There's also risk actually on Anglian, because at this point they've invested a whole load of money and there's no guarantee that metaldehyde isn't still going to be there. And so what they did was to institute a catchment performance bonus. And so this was kind of a payment by results, if you like. So each and every farmer within a catchment, if that catchment meets its legal limit, they get a payment. So they get a bonus for achieving that. And the kind of proof, I guess, is in the pudding, if you like. How did we get on? And actually, to answer that question, you really need to have treatment and control. And that's exactly what Anglian did when they rolled this scheme out. So we were only able to tell you how it worked because there was treatment and control, right? So what you see here, this is before the scheme. Those blue lines, the red line as well, trace out metaldehyde concentrations through time in 2014, before the scheme was rolled out, in those 5 key reservoirs. The red line is the control catchment. The blue lines are about to get treatment. But what you can see in all of them is they're regularly exceeding that legal limit there, right? If we fast forward to 2016, suddenly, as Richard's already kind of told you, it worked to treat, right? You get all of those blue blue line's well below that legal limit, basically for the entire period. That red line, the control, where there was no intervention carried on. So really clear evidence that this worked. It did its job. Now I want to kind of talk about a second scheme that was working with Wessex and Entrade in the Poole Harbour catchment, and this was a really kind of different scheme, actually. So there, they were faced with a nutrient reductions. They needed to reduce the amount of nitrogen loading within the river by 40 tonnes a year. And so this is a reduction. It's not an elimination. We don't need to get all kind of every single farmer on board, but we do need to get enough. And the other thing that's kind of different about this scheme is that we know what works. So this is all about planting cover crops on land that would otherwise be bare over winter, and it's easily observable, right? You can go into a field and see if it's got cover crops on it, so you don't need to be kind of worried about payment by results in this case. What you do need to worry about, though, is which farmers are going to deliver those cover crops and how much you're going to pay them. It's not as if there's a market out there for kind of paying farmers for cover crops that's already established. So to kind of arrive at a price, what Entrade did was they ran an auction. And so farmers bid, they offered to plant cover crops, and that bid was translated into a kind of pounds per nitrogen reduction, and the cheapest bids were selected, and they went forward for funding. They're paid at the amounts stated in the bid, and that's going to be kind of critical. We'll see that in a second. And this scheme generally kind of sounds pretty good. You can arrive at a price, and it will give you some value for money as well. But actually, and we'll see, so we will see that it did work, but actually Wessex and Entrade reported to us that they were having some problems, some issues, and so kind of chief among those was that farmers were finding this quite complicated. Not only did they have to think about their own costs, they also kind of had to think about how much profit they could ask for over and above those costs in their bids. They were also finding that farmers were kind of having to stay online the whole time. So the auctions ran for kind of 10 days to 2 weeks, stay online the whole time and kind of constantly update and revise their bids. And so there's quite a lot of last-minute bidding. So that's obviously a waste of time for those farmers that are staying online in the auction throughout. And it's also really annoying. So if you've ever been on eBay and you've ever lost anything at the last minute, yeah, you know it's annoying, right? So if you're one of those farmers that gets pipped at the last minute, that's also really frustrating. But it turns out that's actually not the only way to run an auction. You can also run an auction in which, rather than paying people the amount they stay in their bid, you pay them at the highest accepted bid. So you're always going to pay them more than is in their bid if they win. And now that kind of sounds bonkers. Like, why on earth would you ever pay someone more than they say that they would want? But actually, in doing so, farmers no longer have to consider the amount of profit they want. They just have to tell you their costs and leave it. If they win, they're bound to make a profit, right? And so this meant they didn't have to be kind of going through the complexity, and it also meant they didn't have to be staying online the whole time. Now, if we look at the results of that, this is in the payers bid auctions, and this just shows you how much nitrogen they achieved in each of those first 5 auctions. The shaded ones are shaded because actually they had much higher budget there. But basically they're achieving around 18 tonnes in these payers bid auctions. We move to the uniform price auction, in which we're paying everyone above their bid, and actually what you find is for the same budget, Wessex was able to buy much more nitrogen, and this is because farmers are no longer having to include that profit in their bids, and so all of the bids move down. So that too is obviously really great, and what we're seeing there is that competition can obviously be a good thing, but too much within these tight-knit communities can actually kind of be counterproductive, really. So over the last kind of 10 years or so, we've learned an awful lot, and we've had some kind of great successes as well, kind of within the industry and working with our partners there. And indeed, actually, DEFRA and the Treasury have kind of seen that success that's been enjoyed by the industry, and they've been hugely impressed. And so now they're kind of thinking that this will form the basis of a hugely ambitious expansion of the UK ecosystem service market, where the water industry is joined by developers, by wider industry participants, and by government to buy a wide variety of ecosystem services. And rather excitingly, with Entrade and Wessex, we're just kind of a few weeks away, really, from going into the real world with one such scheme. So it's going to be in Somerset, and it's going to be in those highlighted catchments there to facilitate the exchange of phosphorus credits from farmers to developers. Now, actually, as you can imagine, as soon as this market becomes double-sided, where you've got a whole range of buyers, not just the water company, but now a whole number of developers, as well as all of those farmers you could contract with, it gets a whole lot more complicated. You need to find out which farmers you're going to be contracting with, which developers, and at what price. Now, you might think that this is kind of simple, that it's kind of a glorified dating service, if you like. Match a developer over here with a farmer over there, and kind of away you go. But actually, to get this working efficiently, you're going to need double dates, you're going to need triple dates, and you're probably going to need a whole lot more. And the reason for that is that your developers, they're going to have blocky demand. They're going to be wanting kind of 10 credits for their housing development, or say 7 or 23 or whatever it is. And on the other side of the market, you've got farmers that are going to be exactly the same. They're going to want, they're going to be able to provide projects that will give you a fixed set number of credits, and you can't divide up a project just as you can't divide up a housing development. And so this is going to create this kind of blocky problem, and actually it's kind of a bit like Tetris on steroids. And so you're going to have to match up and aggregate on both sides of the market and match it up. And so the solution that we've kind of arrived at is to do just that, aggregate on both sides, and choose the farmers and developers that give you the biggest gap between the total developer value for these credits and the total farmer costs, while obviously satisfying the developer demand for credits. So you might select, say, these 5 here to do some kind of trade, but obviously you haven't yet established a price. Establishing a price is really kind of a question of splitting up that surplus. How on earth are you going to arrive at something fair to split up the kind of pie, if you like, that they've created there between themselves, right? So that's the difference between the developer value and the farmer cost. How are you going to split that up? Thankfully for us, actually, because that's a really complicated problem, but someone really smart came before us and solved it, and that's a bloke called Lloyd Shapley, who in 1951 came up with something called the Shapley value. It was such a good idea, actually, to define fair, that's him there a little while later, as you can see by the hair or lack thereof, in 2012, receiving the Nobel Prize. So it really is, or it was, certainly a very good idea for defining fair. And basically what he said was that fair is how much worse would that pie have been if someone wasn't there? So that's the amount that we're going to pay that person as kind of extra. And so for kind of similar to the uniform price, it's got this really nice property where farmers are always going to get paid more than they bid. And so it's never a bad strategy for them to simply report costs. The other really nice thing about this mechanism is it doesn't get any more complicated regardless of the number of services that you're doing. So in this case, we're looking at phosphorus for multiple buyers, but actually if you had buyers in there for biodiversity net gain or say nitrogen or whatever it is, actually introducing more services doesn't make it any more complicated for participants. The farmers still just tell you their costs and the buyers still just tell you their values, and it runs like that. So we're really excited. Obviously, I can't tell you yet the results because we don't know how it's going to go, but we're obviously really excited to kind of trial it. To wrap up then, I think it's fairly obvious that different problems are going to require different solutions. It's definitely not one size fits all. I assume I'm doing all right for time. Yeah, racing through. Sorry. Yeah, promise to race through it. You have to identify your objectives and your priorities because otherwise you haven't got a hope in designing a scheme. You're also going to have to define the roles and responsibilities for scheme participants, and you're going to have to design with the people's kind of incentives in mind, right? Kind of coming back, it's people that matter. So yeah, just leaves me to say thank you very much. If you're after kind of any advice, you're developing a scheme or anything like that, please do reach out to us. We're happy to help in any way that we can. So yeah, and thanks.
Is this working? Yes, it is. Ben, that was brilliant. Why don't you stay here and Richard just come up for a second? I mean, because I think we've just seen so many interesting different approaches with people relationships being at the heart of everything. Would anybody like to react to what we've just heard? Any questions, comments? Come on, make them feel treasured. Well done, Ian.
Thank you. Well, firstly, I really enjoyed both presentations of, linking sort of sound thinking with reality of managing the environment better. I mean, I just wondered what the sort of objection rate is for participating, because what I've seemed to have heard is maybe that's reducing, like more farmers are seeing their neighbours do it and getting involved in these schemes, but you get sort of protest involvement sometimes in the auction processes Ben was describing. So any comments on the sort of rate of non-participation?
I think it's understanding what it is and why the reasons of the objections are there. So it's taking the time to understand, are there social factors, are there concerns, is there too much risk in there that we can adapt, and learning and changing and evolving around there. So one thing I would correct on Ben's slide is that the first payment we made to the farmers wasn't about just a bit of money to participate. That was paying them for their time. It's respecting the farmer's time and saying, we want to have a conversation with you, but you could be farming, so we're going to pay for your time, and we talk to them about their cropping and that sort of stuff. But suddenly you value their time, they're prepared to put it in front of you and have a discussion. If we just rocked up and said, we want to talk about this, we're the water company, you must talk to me, you suddenly have a different relationship. So it's an important correction, but it's those little things that I think help us get on board of saying, we're not paying you, and we always called it the Slug It Out trial because it was a trial and we're learning things from it. And we learned far more than the kind of capital value. But Ben's got
on participation rates. Yeah, so I think it depends on the scheme as well, right? In the sense, so obviously Slug It Out had 100% participation because it needed 100% participation, but those schemes that I was talking about, so the Poole Harbour one, I don't know what the participation, well, they're getting around 20 farmers out of about kind of 300 involved in the scheme in any given auction. It's a bit more if you look over all auctions, but it's certainly not 100%, right? Like it's nowhere near. But that's because you don't need 100% for that scheme to be successful. So I think it's also going to be kind of, it's going to come down to the scheme and whether or not you need that as well. But.
Thank you so much. I was sort of half an ear in and half an ear out, but I was going to raise the point, but you raised it, which is that in the work I do in Kenya with farmers around water quality, it's a kind of a no-brainer that you pay people for their time. I mean, it's quite a different setting, but valuing people in that sense. So that was the first thing. But the second thing that I found really helpful was always trying to create an image of what a farmer's contribution looks like. And so having, for example, a map where you actually are literally showing almost in dynamic terms how their participation could influence not just their neighbours, but overall kind of auctions and projects. Again, I found very, very helpful. So I'm curious about, what do you think are the triggers for participation? Because they do change through time. And it isn't always money. It's sometimes what their neighbour's doing and what someone else is doing. So I'm very curious whether this is something we should spend a bit more time on.
I think it is me. It ties into that slide I said on the, there's no such thing as a farmer. There's all sorts of different types. In the same way in the room here, there's all sorts of different people and personalities. And depending on what success looks like for our side, it'll be how we need to engage and the different skills we need. So a strength in my team is that I've got some who are basis examiners, facts examiners who are very, very good technically. I've equally got 2 or 3 in my team who are brilliant sociologically. They don't work and they don't have the same level of ability in different areas, but bringing them together as a team and having a team that says, okay, well, we need to get this farmer on board. How can we look at different strategies? One of the big things of the 5% of farmers that don't want to engage whatsoever, and a lot of our schemes are influenced by money. But if you're in the fortunate position of having a lot of money, then that's no longer a driver, it's no longer a lever. And our schemes to get the 100%, sometimes it was, one of the strong social people in my team said, we've pushed them in a corner. We need to find a way of knocking the wall down so that they have a socially acceptable. Their team is used to, boss makes a decision, we don't challenge it. No, we're challenging, but we need them to have a way to protect their honor. And we have the flexibility in the scheme that you can adapt it without giving everybody, 20 different schemes. So it's having that flexibility, and that means having different skills in a team.
so that you can look at things in different ways. And what I don't want is have a team that everybody's a clone of each other, because it means we're missing a trick, we're missing an opportunity. And the discussions, the number of schemes and ideas I've had that my team have torn apart, I've lost count of. But we know that it's an environment that the product's going to be in. And although Brett and his team were incredibly frustrating when we pulled the scheme together, the challenge from the likes of the academics of saying, well, why? Well, why? Meant that it was a robust scheme. And I think the simpler a scheme is, the easier it is to have the next conversations. We often add complexity where we shouldn't.
Oh, no, I was just going to say I can echo exactly what Richard said. So it depends on the farmer, what's going to get them to participate, certainly. And complexity, just the simpler you can make a scheme for participant involvement. Because lots of the challenges you face are going to be complex. Like the stuff with blending finance, that is complicated. There's no kind of getting around that. That is a difficult thing to do, but you can make it very easy for participants. And so that's exactly like that. That's the approach that Wessex are taking and Trade are taking, is to make it very, very straightforward for participation. And so, yeah, I think there are ways to kind of overcome that, basically, but straightforwardness is just definitely a massive barrier, or rather complexity is a massive barrier.
Thanks. Any other questions? Yeah, we're time for one more, Tom.
It's just sort of following on from that point, and from a rural estate management point of view, one of the challenges I've had in my career is the historic relationship between landlords and tenants. It's, you know, the majority of AHA, Agricultural Holding Acts tenants that I speak to, have experienced in their sort of eyes a betrayal from the landlord in the past, and it takes quite exceptional soft skills to develop those relationships. And I just wonder, are those skills being focused on in a way in order to find the right people to have those relationships? And it sounds as though you've got a really good team, but I don't think, in my experience, all of the teams do have those soft skills. And it's worth thinking about how to train people to actually foster those relationships.
I think a key thing about catchment management is we need to professionalize the sector. You know, we have various accreditations, but catchment advisors, whether they be from catchment sensitive farming, any advisors that are linking in there, we need to have a way of being unaccredited. It must be seen as a skill, as a qualification. It often seems to be things that people stumble into, and I think there's a whole lot of work that needs to look at it. And we look at the future coming through with ELMS and those different schemes there, and we're going to need a lot more of those advisors around. But we need to have a structure around. We need to have an accredited body. I would love to have an institute of catchment management that ties in, that accredits it, that recognizes it, that gives a CPD, that professionalizes that advice sector as much as we've had a lot of the other sectors. You know, we've got Institute for Water here. Well, we need to tie in those sort of things with the catchment management. And as catchment management becomes more of a skill, more of a tool that we're all using to deliver benefits, the value of professionalizing that sector and bringing in CPD and that sort of things is going to be more important. So, and it is adding more, you know, arrows to the bow. I probably mangled that metaphor, but you know, I think it's something we fall back on. It's actually becoming more and more important. I always get struck by the fact that the water industry is historically an engineering business, and most of my time talking within the business of Anglian Water is about saying, guys, be brave and open the door and actually walk around the land upstream, because if we get them on side, we can do huge things that reduces cost to the business. But if we believe the only solution is something we can engineer, we're going to miss all the opportunities. And it's a conservative sector. We need to do it, but we've got the tools that are there.
Okay, very interesting thought there. Well, I think if that's okay, unless anybody's got anything other burning, I'd like to move on to the final session. But first, can we just give a round of applause to Richard and Ben? Now, thank you very much for those excellent insights. As I said before, we're going to have a final session which I want to think through what are the key messages, what's next steps. Now there are, I think, 4 people who've been fingered, and if maybe they could come up onto this and help me where I go wrong, that would be really helpful. Yes, Bart, I think it was James, Bart, Keith and Max. Yeah, terrific. Thank you. Sorry, have a seat there. Is that okay? So what I thought I'd do, just to sort of kick us off, is as I said earlier, just lead with my chin a bit and give you a few sort of reflections that I've taken from the last day and a half, and then I'd like all of you, and helped by our panel members, to respond and tell me where I've got it wrong, so that between us we end up being pretty clear on what we need to do next. So, just to sort of take this in a slightly random way, I've been sort of vaguely scribbling and trying to make a few notes here and there. What I've picked up is, firstly, that I think we're all agreed that nature-based solutions should be maximised. I haven't heard anybody sort of say that's not the direction of travel, that we absolutely, so it should be done, and that collaboration and partnerships are essential to success. None of us can do this on our own. And we have to work together, all the different agencies, the different government departments, the different organizations. It's all about partnership. Then I think the other thing that's important to remember is that we're actually already doing this stuff. We're already embarked on this direction of travel. And we've just heard some brilliant examples over the last day and a half of where it is already happening. So we're not starting from a blank sheet, but as I think somebody said right at the beginning, what we're doing is nothing like enough. We need to do much, much more. Why? Because despite all our efforts, biodiversity is continuing to decline, and despite all our efforts, the climate crisis is getting worse. So yes, we're already going in the right direction, which is terrific. But we need to redouble, re-triple, re-quadruple, whatever, re-20-uple our efforts. There's a lot more still to be done to make nature-based solutions at the heart of everything we do. I've also picked up over the last sort of day and a half that there are a number of issues that need to be tackled. And that we need to sort of overcome to help us all maximize these nature-based solutions. So I thought I'd just briefly try and touch on some of those, in no particular order of importance, but they're just some of the things that I've picked up on. I mean, one is tax issues. The fact that it is a blocker to farmers and land managers, that the fact that if you move from traditional farming into conservation management, that you risk losing inheritance tax relief and business property relief, and there may be other sort of tax issues as well, and that is a serious blocker, and that does need to be sorted. And quite how we do about that, I think maybe you've got some thoughts on, but certainly one of mine was that Rebecca Powell, right at the beginning, issued an invitation to feedback from this conference. And one of the things that possibly we could feedback, if you agree, is that those tax issues need to be sorted. We mustn't have disincentives for farmers and land managers to take the direction of travel that we all want. If anything, there should be incentives to do it, but there should not be disincentives. What other issues have I picked up? I think that the needs, I think I've heard from several places, there needs to be more joined up thinking and a more joined up approach. We've still got a case where different funders, there's so many different funders, potential funders, whether it's water companies, whether it's ELMS, whether it's biodiversity net gain, whether it's carbon money, whatever. There's
There's loads of different sources of funding. There's equally a whole load of different agencies and regulators who have their own priorities. And I think from everybody's point of view, we need to have a more joined up approach. I mean, particularly just actually before this conference, I've had my ear bent by the chief executive of the Norfolk Rivers Trust, who are seen as a sort of partner for delivering some of this catchment stuff. And they said one of their biggest and worst challenges was the fact that different funders want different things, and different government agencies are telling them different things. And we absolutely must get a more joined up approach. So I think that's a fairly sort of clear message. Perhaps more difficult is what more can we do about that? I mean, I think, for example, having more conferences like this is, you know, we don't want to spend all our time in conferences, but it is a way of getting people to talk to each other and to establish common agendas. But again, I would appreciate some thoughts and reflections from our panel and you all in a minute as to how we get that more joined up approach. The other things that I think that, you know, I've picked up on is that there needs to be some flexibility in the system, particularly when we're coming on to sort of catchment management. You know, we've just heard some very interesting insights as to how it works and how it's different. You know, each local place is different, and you need to come up with local solutions for local problems. And some things are going to work. I mean, I remember, am I not right, Ben, that, you know, it started off this reverse auction idea as, you know, how do we drive cost to the bottom? Well, we've moved on a bit from that, haven't we, as you were saying, because, you know, that's not necessarily the right thing to do. And so there needs to be some flexibility in the system to give us some ability to try different things, which may work, may not work. But we need to make sure that if we do try things, that we're not going to get penalised by our regulators if they don't work quite as well as we thought they were going to do. And I think it's great that BART is here and sort of, you know, being part of this conversation, and we need Ofwat to be part of the conversation, and other regulators as well. But I think this issue of flexibility in the system is really important. I'm not sure how Ofwat will react if we put in our next 5-year plan a budget for whiskey. As you know, Chris was saying, is one of the key aspects of success in the Tweed Forum. But never, you know, there may be, never know, maybe that is going to be part of the way forward. But I think we all need to think, you know, clearly the regulator have got to make sure we're doing the right thing and we're protecting our customers, we're not wasting money, and we're sort of on the right road. But, you know, it is all about engaging with people, and it is, there are no sort of certain ways of doing it. And I think we need to recognize that. So maybe if we could get some acknowledgement of flexibility and uncertainty, and how do we deal with that? And suggestions and thoughts on that, I think, would be helpful. I hope that this is perhaps a bit of an internal point within Northumbrian Water, but I think there was a feeling, and it certainly came through in the workshop this morning, that we do need to make more of Abberton. It's an incredible site. And what has happened there has been quite extraordinary in how, as Simon Barnes, who some of you may know was a journalist who wrote on the Times, and he came to Abberton some time ago, and he said that Abberton used to look like a reservoir that happened to be good for birds. And now it looks like a nature reserve that happens to provide water for people. And it has been transformative, and it's securing Essex's water supply, at least for a bit. But it also is a hive of natural capital. It's a hive of biodiversity. And what can we do to make the most of that? And the conclusion from the workshop this morning was absolutely, yes, terrific was the word I think you used, Max. I don't know where you got that word from, But we do need to make more of it. But both of a sort of centre of research, but much more than that, also sort of education, awareness, and also how can we spread that hive of natural capital all along the catchment. You know, we heard yesterday Archie Ruggles-Bryce was doing some terrific things right at the top of the Blackwater catchment. We're only 2 or 3 miles from the sea here, and Abberton, you know, we need to link that up with some of the land that's being managed for conservation at the sea and establish this whole sort of nature recovery network along the Blackwater catchment would be terrific for us. So using more of Abberton, I think, is something else that's important. What else? Natural capital accounting. I mean, I think everybody is doing this. It's incredibly important. It's going to be key for the future. I was going to say that I thought one of the issues we needed to crack was getting common standards that we all operate by within when we're doing this sort of natural capital accounting. I sort of got the feeling, Ian, that actually we are making quite a lot of progress in that direction. But nonetheless, I think it was Philip from Yorkshire was saying, but now I must go back and look at the standards and see whether actually we're complying. So I sort of feel maybe there is still a bit more work to do there in making sure there is consistency in approach across the water industry and across the UK more generally as to how we do this. And, of course, we need to make sure it's compliant with international standards, which I think you, Jackie, was making that point. But maybe we need to, you know, so I'm not quite sure what our message should be on natural capital accounting, but it seems to me maybe there's a bit more that we could do about this. So those were my thoughts. What I really would like is your feedback. Maybe we can start with the panel. But then I'd like to open it up to you as well as to whether those thoughts are right, whether there's more, whether, you know, what they should be, and in particular, when we come to the blockers, how should we tackle those? What are the next steps? Okay, so I'm going to start by inviting the panel individually to give some thoughts as to on this issue. Keith, let's start with you.
Great, thank you, Simon. I guess just generally, I think first it's been an absolute pleasure to meet so many new people over the last couple of days. I think for me it's just great to get back to normality, and I'm sure everybody else would agree in the room. So that's been really enlightening, and I think we've all established some new networks as we go forward with some of these new challenges. I think listening to His Royal Highness yesterday was superb. I think I didn't appreciate just how close he is to it, and obviously talking to the likes of Matthew and Alistair last night, and you can sort of see that passion coming through, and that I think does set the challenge for a lot of us in the room to really follow on from that, particularly for someone like myself with Northumbrian Water. I guess a few thoughts from me. I guess you know, John, I thought gave a really good presentation yesterday morning, where you know he did really talk about how confusing it can be for that landowner and the various mechanisms that are put in front of that person, and I think we do need to make that simple, and from my perspective, how can we facilitate that, because we do interact with a lot of those landowners and tenants, particularly as part of our catchment management plan. So that was really interesting. I think, Simon, you've touched on something there that you know, as a water industry, we spend a huge amount of time pulling together a very detailed water resource management plan. It's very structured. We now do the same with the drainage wastewater management plan, which is, you know, going to be a real big step forward in how we manage our drainage catchments to sea and to water courses. And I think the natural accounting element is clearly been a step forward for a lot of water companies in that space, which is great. But I think you're right in that almost has to bring those two things together. And actually, how does that become a more structured approach as part of our investment plans? So I think that was really interesting. I think from my perspective, you know, we are continuing to work really hard with our local environment agency officers, our national framework. I think how we regulate point source of pollution through permit management, and how we're moving forward into that more catchment approach to improving river water quality as an outcome. I think it's going to be really important we keep that dialogue moving forward collectively. We're only going to get to those sort of natural solutions where we're going to have to be a little bit braver with the outcomes for river water quality as opposed to the point source. And I think that the more we can move in that direction collectively with a lot of people in this room, that's going to make a big difference and an accelerator to how we then shape those plans in collaboration with a lot of people. So I think that's a really important area. I think really just, we talked a little bit about land management strategies, and you know, when I was talking with Matthew at lunchtime, and we're talking actually that we're all doing this in our own way. You know, we have our own land maps. We understand what, in our own silos, what we are doing in that space. But actually, why are we not bringing that together as one piece of work? And I think Jackie touched on it a little bit. You know, we could all be thinking about in our own areas how we can do that better. And I guess just to finish off on a couple of things, you know, achieving net zero for someone like myself who has a lot of very large sites that are high energy users, high chemical users, we continue to look at innovation and technology and drive that down, but what is the next step? And we'll have that glide path for net zero, but actually thinking a bit broader with our neighbours and our landowners next door. There's more we can do potentially to offset our energy carbon with our landowners and green energy, and actually then take that pressure off the local infrastructure that could be used for development, and that's certainly something. So I think just for me to finish, I suppose, Simon, is you know, I guess this has been a great conference, and actually, as you say, what are we going to do next? And it would be great to actually bring some commitments back to this event next year, all going well, and actually sort of show what that progress is, and put that challenge down for a lot of people in the room. So it'd be good to try and agree what those are.
Excellent, very, very helpful. Let's pass along the panel, and then we'll open it up. Max.
Thank you, Simon. And I agree with all that you said. I think that was really sort of an excellent summary. And I'd just like to sort of pick out and take a little bit further three points. The first one's the little things. The second one's sort of research, higher education, and the third one is sort of timing, I think is how I describe it. So going back to my team tomorrow as a sort of team of ecologists, the little things, probably broken down into two parts. Project management. I think one of the reasons why we don't do as well as we could do in terms of realising green infrastructure, nature-based solutions and so on, is the way we manage our projects. As ecologists, we come in early on in the process. We do our surveys and make our pronouncements, and then submit our invoice, and the project then carries on. And the good ideas, hopefully the good ideas that we've had, the input, can be quite disappointing because it doesn't happen. And I think part of that are to do with little things. The procurement process, where we fit into the programme, the way in which project management systems like BINS and so on are set up, they don't help these new ideas come forward, even on relatively small projects. So going back to the team, I want them to be more assertive, more confident in what they do. I need to talk to our engineers and actually sit down with them and talk through how, as ecologists within AECOM, we can actually break through this project management problem, and also from them get advice in terms of how we can do our procurement better. Because at the end of the day, if that procurement decision goes the wrong way, then that's it. You've suddenly lost your green roof or your water garden. So I see those as sort of should be relatively straightforward wins, but we could achieve an awful lot. The other aspect is in terms of stakeholders, and Richard's presentation for me was sort of epitomised that need for so communication, the right approach to, it could be the engineers in the team, it could be stakeholders externally, it could be farmers, but we need to take them with us. They need to understand what we're doing and how to achieve it. As you said, they recognise that we need to do it, but we need to help them and have the right people. My solution there is, I think, possibly within the Chartered Institute of Ecology and Environmental Management, let's organise some training, assertiveness training, how to work with people, how to develop that aspect. Because if you don't get it right, as Chris was saying, a bottle of whiskey, cover copy, and all that sort of went with that, you can achieve an awful lot. But send the wrong person in, who hasn't got those sort of skills, etc., you've just suddenly lost the lot. Higher education, been great having input from universities and postgraduates, lecturing researchers, but we need to reach out much more widely to higher education and make sure that they understand the research that we need in order to answer the sort of fairly hefty questions that we've been asking over the last couple of days. So somehow we need to think how we're going to do that. I'm sure they will be receptive. I'm not quite sure of the vehicle that we would want to use. But lastly, I think timing is really important. And I think the conference has been spot on in terms of the right time, and it's been, I'm echoing words that have been used a number of times, that, you know, now is the moment, now it's come together and so on. So having been involved in organising the conference, there were those moments where we were thinking, okay, it's not going to work, it's not the right time. But thank goodness we persevered, and David and the team, well done. You held your nerve, and here we are, and it's successful. But yeah, right, we need to be organising the next year, the next conference. And I think that's really important then to have a sort of a programme, an informal programme that you're working to, because if there's a conference next year, I'm already starting to think, what do I want to bring to that? You know, what do I want to have achieved by then? So having a programme in other respects that we need to think about, I think would also help us be more sort of organised. You know, this time next year, where do we get to with the idea of Averton as an outdoor laboratory or whatever? How did we develop the visitor centre and the education work they're doing to grow that in terms of other things that could be done? We can be accounted for, if you like, at that stage, and we will work to it. So yeah, they were my points.
Okay, thanks. Just before we pass on, Richard, I mean, take note of his offer to organise training, you know, and your accreditation point, because I think that is useful. And if we do have this next year, we'll hold him to account. How have we done it? But maybe you two can work together as to do something that I'm sure would be of interest to the water industry more generally. So thank you for that commitment.
It sounds like Richard, Chris, bottle of whiskey, time, job done. So,
yeah, exactly. James.
Okay, I can probably keep this a bit shorter, because a lot of the points I've jotted down here, others have already spoken about.
Yeah, and I'd like to open it, have a bit of time to open it up to the floor.
I think for me, we do need to encourage the government on a few fronts from a sort of legal perspective. Firstly, they must get the Environment Bill sorted out, and they must get these regulations out so that people understand what the framework is they're working to, because at the moment there is no clarity. And I think that will be important for those who are delivering the projects, those who are regulating them, those who are potentially going to invest in biodiversity credits and setting them, all those things up. It's really important. I think there are huge questions around that still. The one thing which wasn't mentioned, I may be wrong because I wasn't here first thing yesterday morning, but I don't think it was. There are changes coming to the environmental impact assessment regime, and the government are going to consult on new EIA regulations. They keep saying imminently. There's no time frame on that yet, but if the latest iteration of the EIA regulations or regime which came out of Europe had an ongoing legal requirement to monitor and adapt mitigation and compensation to make sure it achieved the benefit that it was aimed at, achieved the objective it was aimed at. That might offer a very big opportunity to actually set these schemes up and then move them forward as the climate changes or as they develop and, you know, planting becomes more mature or technologies change. So I think people should really have a close look at those when they come out and see what opportunities they represent. I do think that the draft MPS is 2 years old, it's out of date, and I do think the government ought to relook at it because it doesn't line up with what their policies are at the moment about biodiversity net gain, for example. So, but reviewing MPS documents takes quite a long time. I mean, the BEIS have set themselves an absolutely crazy target to finish the review of the energy MPS documents. I know it's not relevant necessarily to this room, but by the end of this year, well, the consultation is not due to finish till the 24th of November. So, and it took them 9 months to get the drafts out. So I don't see that they'll achieve that, but what it does go to show is that reviewing an MPS document takes a very long time. They will have to update the appraisal of sustainability, there'll be other stuff they have to do. It all has to be procured, it all has to be looked at, it has to go to ministers. So I do think we should encourage the government to get the MPS out as quickly as they can. I also would really think very carefully about the big projects which are going to come through in the MPS, because I think they provide the biggest opportunities to do what you want to do, because by definition they're big, by definition the mitigation is quite often very significant, or the compensation is very significant, so they really represent great opportunities. I'm not saying ignore the smaller local stuff like we heard about this morning, but I do think they provide some great opportunities. I mean, you only got to see what happened with Abberton. Abberton would now be a nationally significant infrastructure project. And also, I think about how you can use permitted development rights, and when you are exercising permitted development rights, I don't mean to insult them, please don't just let the engineers go and build the infrastructure without thinking about what they might do around it, or make sure you're getting involved with the engineers to make sure that it's just not a blanket application of PD rights, because you know, there are loads of people in the companies who know the rights that they have and they just exercise them, and it probably needs a bit of a change of mindset around that. Yeah, I'll just, a couple of other points. Maybe the last one I'll make. The opposite of Max, yeah, train your people up as to how to be empathetic with stakeholders, but train the stakeholders. Don't, you know, I'm sure that there are loads of people in the stakeholders, you know, MMO, agency, whoever they are, who don't know this stuff as well as you do. You know, we find when we come to promote nationally significant infrastructure projects, we quite often have to go and train local planning officers about the system, how it works, because they've never used it before. And so actually upskilling the stakeholders would complement nicely with what Max was saying. I think the other points I can probably leave there.
Okay. Thanks, James. And Miranda, I see you scribbling away at the back. I think that some of those points we should include in the letter to Rebecca Power that we are undoubtedly going to send after this is over. But
okay, so we'll keep this brief. Scribbles. So I've moved on from Tim being the answer to all questions, to all our problems, to whiskey being the answer to all of our problems. So my number one takeaway to Ofwat is to how do we include whiskey as a line item in our cost models. We will then be accused of driving people towards the cheapest whiskey that they can possibly get, unless Ian can do us a model on the environmental and social value of different brands, in which case there's a way out here. So that's my number one. That's right. So next year, bring some decent whiskey is my program. Okay. Listen, I mean, Richard, Brett, I loved your presentation. I love them all, but they were brilliant. I'm a social scientist, and I believe everything is about the people. And so, to me, I have listened, and I will take a lot of this away back to Ofwat. But, you know, this matters. Engaging with people matters. I know a bit more how land managers think. I know a bit more how farmers approach things, and everyone's different. And hopefully people have a little bit more of an insight that we as at Ofwat aren't just computers that say no whenever they possibly can. And so this is really important. And so that in and of itself is massive. And then lastly, just because it hasn't been said before, because everything's been said, you know, I'm not going to repeat it, but actually, you know, this is a conference about nature-based solutions, which is fantastic, and it's lots of environmentally clever people in the room. We talked a lot about assets and then nature-based solutions, alternative approaches. The other one, and Tom and I were talking about it over lunch, is actually people and customers, because a nature-based solution is fantastic, but if it's a solution purely to, for example, a wet wipe going down a drain, let's just not throw it down there in the first place. You know, so let's keep an eye on that actually the solutions spread across a variety. I wouldn't call people assets, but actually they are. Customers are part of your asset base because they're part of the solutions. And so let's all think across the spread of this. And Jackie made a really powerful point at dinner last night around, you know, it's easy to sit here and kind of go, well, someone who really wants to go swimming in the Ilkley, actually someone in South Sheffield who can't put food on the table doesn't care about that. But actually that's quite a negative way of looking at it. Actually, everyone wants to play their part. And not everyone's going to be part of a nature-based solution. But if a customer can be part in a different way, use a bit less water, don't throw that wipe down the drain, you know what, collectively we can get behind this even more. So this is the point around that bigger picture in the system. I'll leave it at that.
No, thank you very much, Bart. And also, it's just briefly picking up on that about customers. I mean, in the sort of preparation for the last business plan process, I certainly spent quite a bit of time attending customer focus groups. And obviously some of them are in rural areas, in Essex and Suffolk, where you might expect it, but East London, I would say the sort of feelings there that water companies should be doing more to promote resilience to climate change, to improving the environment, it was incredibly strong. Coming from people you might not expect, and you know, in some quite deprived areas, but that message was strong everywhere. So I'm sure that what we're talking about will resonate, and that's really why the reason we're having it is because that's what our customers are telling us is important. Now I want to open it up to the floor quickly. Yes, Jackie. And Chris, as long as you don't talk about whiskey.
I want to jump in because
yes, go, Jackie.
Everything that everyone said is wonderful, great. So I was trying to think about what the Post has told us. The Post has told us that there's some really great pieces of research, and somehow they've emerged here, and some of them could have really big impacts. So I was thinking, how could we make sure that we don't lose that connection? And it's not just a few researchers, it's not just a few universities. So I'm thinking that somewhere along the line, in Europe, we've often heard of these things called observatories, and it's a weird word, but what it actually means, it's a way for researchers to connect directly with, and I'll use a social science term, sites of exemplification. And a lot of academics are quite frightened, in a way, to take on the real world and to get involved in the real world. So I'm wondering whether we couldn't think of a recommendation out of here where, I'm not saying that, you know, every water company opens its doors, but there is absolutely a need now for work on the ground of the highest quality of research, but where actually we start to get answers much more quickly. You know, we don't have to wait for 3 years to get the results, and we can turn things around and share those results more. So I think there's something that we need to do more collectively on the research side, and it's equally important for the social sciences, not just the natural sciences. So really understanding consumer behavior, what motivates people, and so on. So it should be, you know, across the piece, all kinds of research, not just engineering and water and so forth.
Great, thank you. Do you want to react to that quickly? Yeah.
Very briefly, Jackie. I think a couple of thoughts there. Approaching the research councils, I think, would be a good first start, and not just the Natural Environment Research Council. And my second suggestion would be there's a doctoral training program across the country, which brings together sort of researchers and postgraduates, and they're always looking for that interesting sort of real-life-based water industry spot-on contributions, and that will get the message out simply and directly.
Excellent. I'd like to get some more inputs from people. Chris?
Thanks very much. I think I saw this in California, and it's actually just the way of thinking about this, and to actually say to Ofwat and others that the catchment is part of the water supply infrastructure. And actually just basically start from there. Your water, short of saying it's the clouds, that's actually where everything is going to come from. And anyone who manages things knows you manage the source, the pathway, and the receptor as a scientist. Well, the source should be part of your infrastructure. And actually thinking that way may be a way to say, okay, we need to spend more on that, whether it's nature-based solutions or whatever else, and just get that into the thinking. That's a plea. And I think California, actually, there is some legal basis to that, but James may correct me.
Okay, any other thoughts on you know, key issues, next steps?
Yeah,
David, then Richard.
I think it's on. Just a few from some sort of my notes. One is soil code. I think that's got to be part of our feedback to Rebecca. I think is around that we need to get that sorted. That's come up quite a lot. And about elms. and just to probably add to other people's people feeding back to DEFRA that it isn't enough. And, you know, there is this real-time problem. What are the farmers going to do over the next 3 years while all this other stuff is developed? How are they going to survive, and what can we do to help them to do that? And feed that back. And the other one came up in our workshop session, was who's not in the room? So perhaps we all think back, who would we else like to talk to who isn't here, who could form part of what we might do next? The supply chain was a key one you mentioned, Richard, wasn't it? Which I think is a really good one, and that sort of thing.
Yeah. Sounds great, thanks. Richard?
It was just, I was thinking about measures of success. So we often have fairly structured ones. One of the ones we're playing around with Anglian Water is more about behaviours, and we've got a behaviours matrix that kind of starts from, I'm not sure what's going on, I'm very reluctant, to the advocate that's telling everyone else. And I think it's something we're trying, but it's looking at different measures of success rather than just the standard empirical, we spent X amount of money, we measured our carbon and those sort of things. So it's broadening that way of talking of things.
Okay. Any other thoughts, comments? Yes, James.
Just related to that thing about, sorry, get used to this in a minute. Related to that thing about upskilling stakeholders, I do think something for the letter is the relevant organisations do need to be funded properly. I mean, I know I said it earlier on, probably don't need to say very more about that, but I think that should go in the letter to encourage a rather more positive approach to funding in central government. I mean, I know they haven't got a lot of cash, but this stuff is quite important as well.
Well, it is an important point, certainly having been on the board of Natural England, where, you know, budgets have gone right down. The ability to engage in some of this partnership, co-conspiring as to, you know, the future is quite limited for some organisations. You know, Bart was saying it's even for Ofwat, you know, it's fantastic you're here, but to have people, you know, the resource is quite thin, and to have the time for people to come and engage like this is not easy. And so that is a real issue, the funding. Right, well, Tom, yes.
Sorry, just one final thing is this being recorded in any way, or is there you know,
yes, it is.
And is it going to be edited? Is it going to be made public to...
What, you mean cut out all the nonsense that
exactly.
Some of us are talking? I
mean,
don't know.
we've got a huge amount to digest here, but, you know, I think, and there's an amazing group of people in the room, but it would be fantastic to share this beyond this room and, you know, with other clients, and to, you know, to take some of the key points to farmers, etc. You know, we're going to be able to do that. And also, why isn't anyone from government here?
Yes. Miranda, do you want to respond to that?
Just to say that we are going to be sending out some feedback to everyone that's been here today, so we'll ask for permissions to share the contributions from that, and obviously those that aren't able to share for organisational reasons, we can edit out as required and share the rest.
I think I can't speak for people's individual choices, but to be perfectly honest, also for government, you know, that same kind of, never mind, not a funding point, but the capacity to engage where I'm sure they would want to be, it's not that easy, right? Yeah. So, I mean, God knows why, but it's, you know, also for government, it's hard actually.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, if there are no other final thoughts, then I just want to do a couple of things. One is I just want to thank all the speakers. Just hang on one sec. You know, I think they've been exceptional and diverse. I think every single person who's got up and said something has made everybody else listen, and they've been really, really good. And they've come from lots of different perspectives. But every one of you speakers has added value. So I would just like to give a round of applause for all the speakers. And then, you know, none of this happens without a huge amount of work behind the scenes, as you all know. So I would like also to thank the organising team. And if I don't, you know, I hope I'm going to get them all. So Miranda, Kim, Emma, Janet, And I think I have to thank you, Max, because I think you've been a part of it as well. And then, oh no, don't worry, Kim. Last but not least, I think, David, you know, we're all so sorry that you've moved on to pastures new. We understand these things happen, but you've been fantastic for this company for a long, long time. And you've done brilliantly in your work in organising the conference and putting it all together. So I would, you know, unashamedly have you last but first in terms of our thanks. And, you know, it's been terrific. But I would like to thank all the organisers who've worked hard to put this together. So let's give them a round of applause too. And then there is a bit of a sort of logistic thing. I think you will all be sent an evaluation form, and it would be really helpful if you could fill that in and as to what you liked, what you didn't like, what could be improved, etc., etc. And I hope you can say some positive things about it, because I really think this has been a huge success. I mean, I think we've all just enjoyed being together. We're social animals. And again, after the sort of tough year and a half it's been. And I think Heidi went away delighted with how it's been. And you must say what you want in your evaluation questionnaires, but any positive messages will of course find their way back to Heidi, and then maybe we can do more of these kinds of events. But if you could do that, that'd be wonderful. And Louise, I came up. Where is Louise? Has she gone? She's hiding. Oh, there you are. I can't see. Sorry, I'm blind. But she I thought came up with a good idea. You know, the next steps is crucial. If it's otherwise, it's just a talk shop. We really do need to make some of these things happen. And she said, ask everyone to just take 5 minutes to reflect on what they're going to do differently to respond to what they've heard over the last day and a half. You know, is there somebody you're going to go and talk to, some potential partner you're going to engage with? But it could be anything. Just think what you can do individually to take forward the cause of nature-based solutions. That would be very helpful. So I'll encourage you to do that. But otherwise, unless I've missed anything, I'm looking at the back there, you know, it's okay. Then I just want to draw this to a close and thank you so much for attending. You're all incredibly busy. We have very busy lives, but you've come here and I think it has been terrific, and I hope that we've all taken something useful away. We will write to Rebecca Power. We will try and capture some of the key things that we've heard and try and make them all happen, and we can all do that together. But thank you very, very much for coming, and conference now closed. Thank you.